Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the third and the final day of our International Palestine Conference. Without further ado, we'd like to go forward with the session 6, which will be moderated by Professor Heba. Professor Heba is an assistant professor of political science at Ibn Haldun University in Istanbul. Professor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let's close the sound of the mobile. I am very pleased to be with you today and very honored to be invited by Dr. Samaa and Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University and to be part of this panel with the distinguished guests. Today we are going to have 4 speakers in this session. The first one is Randa Abdel-Fattah, who is a Palestinian Egyptian, Australian Muslim writer, academic, activist, and former lawyer. She is currently a postdoctoral research fellow in the Department of Sociology at Macquarie University, and she has books that include Islamophobia and everyday multiculturalism as a subject, and she co-edited the anthology of Arab Australian Other Stories on Race Identity and Coming of Age in the War on Terror. She is also the multi-award winning author of 11 novels published in over 20 countries, including her best-selling debut novel, Does My Head Look Big in This? So we also have Professor Samaa Abu Sharar and Samaa Abu Sharar Hanim, as we say in Turkey, Johnny Mansour, who is a historian, and Khalida Jarrar, who also is from Nablus in the northern West Bank. I will introduce the biographies when the speakers, so I don't want them to be just mentioned without people focusing on the speaker. So I invite Randa Abdel-Fattah to start. She's with us on Zoom, online. So if the technology colleagues can put us... her topic is Ethics of Liberation, Palestine as a Mode of Existence. So our session's title is The Many Faces of Resistance. So this title actually makes me feel very happy. And coming from Egypt, I'm Egyptian, but based in Istanbul. So this is very, I look forward to learning so many lessons. So Ethics of Liberation, Palestine as a Mode of Existence by Randa Abdel-Fattah as a speaker. So... Okay, you can make tasbih till things...
Hello, my name is Randa Abdel-Fattah. I would like to acknowledge that I am speaking to you on the land of the Darug people, the traditional owners and custodians of this land, whose land was never ceded. I pay my respects to elders past and present, and I affirm as a Palestinian living here on stolen land that this was and always will be Aboriginal land. I am honoured to be part of this amazing collection of writers, thinkers and visionaries in our vision for liberation. And today I'll be sharing some thoughts with you about my contribution to this book. I'll just share my screen. In our efforts to resist the political and media establishment's denial of Palestinians' permission to narrate, as aptly described by Edward Said, Palestinians have, by necessity, spent years demanding space and exerting labour, mobilising voices to speak against denial, Nakba, Naksa, two-state, one-state, apartheid, settler colonialism, Green Line, ethnic cleansing. Counter-narration has been central to our collective resistance. At the rightful centre of the Palestinian narrative of struggle and liberation are young people, not as supporting characters, but as central and leading narrators whose occupied lives, blockade dreams, checkpoint births, and grievable deaths must remain the central story. With 51% of Gaza's population under the age of 15, a war on Gaza is a war on children. With 45% of the West Bank population under the age of 15, Israel's military occupation is waged against babies, toddlers, teenagers. With over 30% of the total Palestinian population aged between 15 to 29, young adults live in oppressive conditions, brutalized by Israel's settler colonial apartheid regime. An entire generation are now coming of age, a generation who were born around the time of the Second Intifada and who have only ever known a life of checkpoints, a life of closures, a life of brutal occupation. Children and young people are fundamentally at the core of the Palestinian liberation movement. Israeli political elites know this. Western media attempts to deny this. We see this in how Israel has normalized the dehumanization of Palestinian children, what Nadira Shalhoub-Kevorkian calls unchilding. During the 2018 Great March of Return, Israel's then Defense Minister, Moldovan-born settler and ultra-right nationalist Lieberman declared, "There are no innocent people in Gaza." The IDF's official Twitter feed posted a graphic listing Molotov cocktails, rocks, wire cutters, arson kites, children, disabled civilians, rope tied to fence as Hamas tools for infiltrating Israel. In other words, Palestinian children are fair game, legitimate targets. We see this dehumanization of children when Israel purposely excludes 8-month-old baby Leila Randour at the time of the 2018 Great March of Return, and all the other babies and children killed or permanently maimed from the political category of innocent. And we saw Western politicians and journalists endorse this exclusion by asserting Israel's so-called right to defend itself, whilst meekly requesting that Israel use proportionate violence. Apportioning life and death is only possible in a world where Palestinian children count as a ratio of human, non-human, subhuman, less human. With Israel as representative and an embodiment of the West, there is no more powerful and mobilizing signifier for the non-human than the terrorist. A signifier moored in the global cartography of racialized power hierarchies, in which Israel, as local defender of Western interests and settler colonial values, finds its legitimacy in the racist trope of fighting the violent extremist, the radical East. In this representational prism, babies like Leila Randour can never be innocent. Her murder is justified by terms such as Hamas human shield, or blamed on Hamas's supposed dead baby strategy, as one Israeli once told me in a debate on television when I attempted to humanize Leila Randour and was accused of using a dead baby strategy. In 2021, at the time that I wrote my article chapter for this book, Israel had conducted its most recent bombardment of Gaza, killing about 256 Palestinians, including 70 children. According to Israeli Mir Amit's Intelligence and Terrorism Information Center, at least 48% of Palestinians killed, they reported, were associated with terrorist groups, with many of the children characterized as family members of terrorists. In other words, justifiably exterminable. At the time, I appeared on a television program in Australia, a national program called Q&A, in which I had the indignity of having a Zionist in the audience ask me to sympathize with her son and said to me, when the Hamas missiles were being fired at Tel Aviv, My son was messaging us that he and his wife were okay in their tiny safe room. His dog was totally distressed. Here on national television, there was nothing wrong, it seems, with a Zionist asking me, a Palestinian, at the time Palestinians, including children, were being massacred, wiped off the map by Israel, to sympathise with a dog over Palestinians. The eulogizing recently of Zilli, an Army Canine Unit dog in Nablus, was part of the same logic. The logic that sees Palestinians and sees Palestinian children, sees Palestinian teenagers as not worthy of being grieved. A system, a racial system that privileges animals, that encourages people to sympathise with animals over Palestinians. At the time that there was this eulogising and commemoration of Zilli the dog, Ala Qaddoum, 5 years old, was murdered by the Israeli Defense Forces. Ahad Tamimi, a Palestinian teenager, came to fame after she slapped a soldier. A few hours after, an Israeli soldier shot her 15-year-old cousin in the head at close range. According to Israel's then culture minister, Regev, she was not a little girl, but a terrorist. There is no end to Israel's instrumental invocation of the language of the so-called war on terror to legitimize its criminalization of Palestinian children's existence and resistance. Israel has heavily invested in a sustained global discursive regime which seeks to normalize the meaning of Palestinian resistance to terrorism and Palestinian child to terrorist. In the last 20 years in particular, the narrative of Palestinian youth as terrorists, as national security threats, has been calculated to plug neatly into the fundamental organising grammar and imperial logics of the global so-called war on terror. This is how Israel can designate 7 prominent Palestinian advocacy groups as terrorist organisations. The fact that it can do so, knowing it will do so with full immunity and impunity, shows that it can rely heavily and reliably on the global cartography of terrorist versus West and the global racialized logics which easily malign anybody who resists Western imperial logics as a terrorist threat. 18-year-old resistance fighter Ibrahim al-Nabulsi, Hussein Taha, 16 years old, the eldest, only 32, Islam Subh, all of these murdered by Israel, and yet represented in Western media, in Israeli media, in the media here in Australia as terrorists. They were teenagers, they were young people, and yet they were given the full weight of the accusation of terrorists. Israeli strategists know only too well the imperative of messaging the Palestinian child as culpable terrorist, serving the purpose of not only fighting the war on terror as agent of the West, but escaping international impunity. After all, the spectacle of dead innocent children puts a lucrative multi-billion-dollar military surveillance technology and armaments industry at risk, with Gaza being the ideal weapon testing laboratory. Framing Israeli military campaigns as counter-terrorism serves a political economy which Western governments are heavily invested in. The racial scripts, securitized imagination, and preemptive logics of the war on terror have always operated against young Muslim, Black and brown people who have been constructed as a central category of the terrorist figure. How then does all this bode for Palestinian youth's imaginings of liberatory futures? National liberation must start with self-liberation, and self-liberation, I argue, first demands self-knowledge of one's positionality. Ramon Grosfuel argues that Western hegemonic identity politics and epistemic privilege is sustained by certain myths, one of which is what Colombian philosopher Santiago Castro Gomez called the point zero perspective. Grosfuel explains, the point zero perspective is the Western myth of a point of view that assumes itself to be beyond a point of view. The hubris of point zero is what animates the narrative of both sides: balance, neutrality, conflict, negotiations. In a project that I conducted as part of my academic work recently, Coming of Age in the War on Terror, I interviewed students who were born around the time of 9/11. I spoke to them about their political consciousness, about their political expression, and whether they felt the capacity and freedom to be able to express their political points of view in education settings. Students spoke to me about teachers telling them not to bring politics into the classroom, or cautioning them to be factual, less angry. One student's essay was marked down for being too personal and emotional and not academic enough. Students spoke to me about learning to tone down their anger because, as one student said, I get told to sort of not be too, how should I say it, angry in my voice. Anything I say sort of comes out as not aggressive, but almost, I guess, being seen as an attack. I can't tone down my emotions. They don't want to hear my anger. The Orientalist trope of the angry, irrational Muslim Arab is pernicious. The pressure and resistance against self-censoring in classroom contexts is a common theme among many students I encounter. Anticipating how one's tone, words, emotional register will be interpreted through racial and Islamophobic and anti-Palestinian tropes bears down on students' self-presentation and contribution to classroom discussions because of how effectively a deep-rooted collective image of the angry Arab works to manage political speech. And so one of the many ways to mute young people's voices and advocacy is to devalue their emotions, dismiss their political passion and anger as subjective, as irrational. There are the explicit attempts to censor young people who support Palestine. Cases such as that of Rahman Mohammadi, who wore a Free Palestine badge to school and was referred to the police by his teachers under the United Kingdom's Counter-Radicalisation Prevent program. There is also the epistemic racism that young people face, which denies them their anger, emotion, resistance, and political voice in the name of the so-called myth of neutrality. One university student told me, I always feel like I have emotion and others don't care. Then it hits me at the end of the class. I'm embarrassed. I'm the only one so passionate about it. It's annoying because I think, why don't they care? Like when it came to Palestine, the Middle East, black and brown lives, Syria, drones, Yemen and stuff, why don't they get passionate? I'm sitting there and saying, this is so wrong. And they say, I shouldn't be so emotional. Don't bring what's happening overseas here. Leave it at home. To not care, not be affected, is a mark of privilege, a mark of what counts as publicly grievable lives on the one hand and unmarkable lives on the other, as Judith Butler theorises. This privatisation of grief over what's happening overseas is also about neutralising school and university spaces in the West, creating a binary between the rational, apolitical classroom space and the emotional, irrational private space. The point zero epistemic racism that drives narratives of balance, dispassion, and neutrality obscures the fact that Palestine is a liberation struggle, where to claim to be beyond a point of view is in and of itself a point of view. The claim that one is not taking sides is taking sides. It is impossible to be neutral when the fact of Israeli hegemony, belligerence, and defiance of international laws is so clear. In my work with young people, both Palestinian and non-Palestinian, I am unequivocal. Palestine is a site of knowledge which teaches us to repudiate the Western myth of a neutral, apolitical, ahistorical subject, to instead proudly announce ourselves as people who self-reflexively claim a political, social, and emotional orientation and intellectual posture rooted unapologetically in seeking justice and taking sides. It is only possible to imagine future possibilities if this posture is nurtured from the moment children can understand the concept of justice and accountability. If they learn an ethics of practice, a way of navigating the world, constantly assessing the balance of privileges and denials, the weight of our words, the impact of our actions on others. We can only reject the presumptions and conceits of this so-called point zero perspective if children understand and are taught that there is no such thing as a point zero perspective and that we are all located on an axis of power relations based on historical forces. To come to identity as a young Palestinian is about an ongoing ethical, intellectual, and political praxis of locating oneself beyond the local, searching for self-knowledge, reckoning and understanding in the silence, erased, redacted spaces of history's taught, unlearning and then relearning what it means to be Palestinian. I will share with students my own genealogy of self-knowledge. To engage in decolonial thinking is to trace what Mignolo characterizes as the imperial wound of identity. In my case, the British imperial project that supported and enabled the creation of the State of Israel and dispossessed my father from his homeland, brought my father to another British imperial project, Australia, a settler colony that can therefore never claim a point zero perspective or a position of neutrality. Understanding my positionality as the daughter of a dispossessed Palestinian born and living in Australia on stolen land empowers me to embrace alternative ways of identity, agitate for epistemic disobedience against the structures, laws, discourses, and forces that seek our obedience, conformity, silence, erasure, containment. To keep politics out of classrooms, treat what's happening overseas as irrelevant, is to also elude the fact that Palestine is an international struggle. It is to erase the transnational global connections between our struggles. One of the most effective ways to promote despair is to make Palestinians feel isolated, treat their cause as just another Middle Eastern conflict, complicated, obscure. This masks the intersections of state-sanctioned violence. It seeks to suppress Black Palestinian solidarity, a growing movement in Australia, which is starting to really understand the connections between the ways that settler colonies and the infrastructures that settler colonies use to contain their populations. The racial violence against Indigenous, Black, racialised minorities and Palestinians is enacted through ongoing structures of settler colonialism and race, which are based on a historical matrix of power. As we enter the 20th anniversary of the war on terror, young Palestinians need the intellectual tools to grasp the imperial logic of the war on terror, to connect the dots between what is happening in Gaza, Sheikh Jarrah, or the censored social media accounts of Palestinians with their experiences in Western contexts, such as their classrooms. They need to understand the wider context of attempts to contain their dissent and deny them their resistance, understand what and who is served by the weaponization of the war on terror's language of radical, extreme, national security, terrorist, against particular social justice movements. We've seen it being weaponized against Black Palestinian solidarity activists, against boycott, divestment, sanction movement activists, Black Lives Matter protesters, decolonial environmental advocates, youth campaigners. When young people insist on these connections, they herald ongoing and historic affinities and convergences between different movements against systemic and institutionalized state violence, oppression, and brutality. Ultimately, to be Palestinian is about creating and nurturing an ethics of liberation that is rooted in fighting for justice, not as a transactional gesture, a kind of I scratch your decolonization project back so you can scratch mine, but because Palestinian liberation ought to embody and does embody what it means to be unapologetically committed to justice, truth-telling, dignity, and freedom, no matter which part of the world you are in. This is liberating. This is empowering for young people, which is why shared global struggles are a threat, not only to white supremacy, and Zionism, which is obvious, but also, and particularly in the context of Western societies, to neoliberal multiculturalism, which limits anti-racism to diversity politics or interpersonal prejudice, never decolonization, never dismantling global power structures, which is what we are fighting for and which we will continue to fight for. Thank you.
Thank you. This was very heartwarming discourse, and the use of language. No wonder that you are a novelist and a scholar, and the biography is very clear in your talk. I think that the use of notions like ethnic cleansing, the right of children, the generation that were brought up between checkpoints, and how there is a normalization and dehumanization. Normalization of dehumanization. And I think that the ethics of liberation cannot be separated from a notion of ethics of war. And recently there has been a very interesting book published by Stephen Nathanson on terrorism and the ethics of war. And I think we need to work more on that topic of ethics of liberation and ethics of war in our decolonial political theory and political discourse. Thank you very much, Dr. Randa Abdel-Fattah. Now we move to Samaa Abu Sharar Hanem, professor, sister, okay, lady, but also activist, journalist, civil figure. She is an independent journalist and researcher based in Beirut, in Lebanon. She has covered issues pertaining to the Middle East for several Arab and international media outlets, and conducted research work for many local and international organizations, including the United Nations and European Union, regarding Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. She has published numerous articles and research papers in Arabic, English, and French. Abu Sharar also heads the Majid Abu Sharar Media Foundation, a non-governmental organization that works to empower youth in Palestinian refugee camps and gatherings in Lebanon in the field of media. She also oversees Shababik, a training website for Palestinian youth in camps and gatherings in Lebanon. The title of her presentation will be "To Liberate Palestine, Empower its Refugees." Please, the floor is yours. Try to make it within 15 minutes.
Inshallah.
Okay, inshallah. Okay, inshallah.
Hello, everyone. My name is Samaa Abu Sharar. I was born Palestinian, and if I had to choose again, I would not hesitate for a second to pick the same identity again and again. In my eyes, the Palestinian cause is such a noble, human, and just cause that makes it unimaginable how anyone with a decent soul does not stand in support of Palestine and its people. That said, we all know that the just cause is a clear example of the hypocrisy and dirty politics of the world, making it even more urgent to keep fighting for this honorable cause. The Zionist-Israeli occupation will surely go down in history as one of the most barbaric occupations that humanity has witnessed, and the conspiracy of the world in covering its crimes will surely be registered as one of the most cruel human rights violations. As indicated in my contributing chapter in the book Our Vision for Liberation, for which we are gathered here, I happen to be the daughter of PLO leader Majid Abu Sharar, who was brutally assassinated in Rome in 1981. I did not choose to be his daughter, neither to be immersed in the Palestinian cause from birth. My father, during his short life, chose for us to be with him wherever the PLO took for base. Maybe deep down inside, he knew that his life will be a short one, and wanted to take advantage of the time he had with us. The PLO's entourage was our family away from family. We waved a special relation with many other families like ours, which continue until this day. We lived the turbulences of the Palestinian existence in Jordan and in Lebanon, with all its aches, heartbreaks, and joys. My father's abrupt departure broke this familiar circle. or our safety net, if you want. My initial reaction to my father's abrupt departure was that of anger and hate. I hated him for leaving us, and I hated and envied Palestine for which he left us. It took me years to heal and reconcile with these feelings and to start to understand the value of my father and what he represented along the way, comprehend the real value of our cause and the need for big sacrifices. The liberation of Palestine and the return of its people to their original towns and cities is our utmost goal, and all forms of resistance and sacrifices are legitimate to achieve that. My father's absence surely intensified the void on the emotional and psychological level, but it also allowed me to grow and start putting things into perspective. The most revealing point in my life journey was to come to the understanding that the Palestinian cause is not only that of the land to which we all long to return, but that of the people who had lives in Palestine and bequeathed their love of this land and the life they had to their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren after them. In my piece, I chose to speak about how my personal life led me to get involved with Palestinian refugees in Lebanon. In a way, I partially owe this to Majid and his presence in my life even after 41 years of physical absence. The person he was, along with his teachings, still inspire me to go on despite the numerous moments of questioning, helplessness, and defeat. My journey in the Palestinian camps and gatherings took baby steps to reach some form of maturity in the knowledge and convictions I acquired along the way. And I'm surely not here to tell you about the unbearable life of refugees in Lebanon. And I'm also not here to give you numbers about the rates of poverty or unemployment in Palestinian camps and gatherings across Lebanon. Those are things, if you don't already know them, you can easily find them through a simple search on the internet. I'm here to talk to you about real people I was honored to meet and work with through our trainings at the Samaa Abu Sharar Media Foundation, or through my journalism and research work in Palestinian camps and gatherings. I'm actually here to tell you about Randa Abdel-Fattah, an amazing photographer who originates from the village of Faraj in Akka and lives in Rashidiyya camp in the south of Lebanon. Rania strives to support her parents. She takes on different photography jobs for a number of local and international organizations in Lebanon and abroad. Rania recently worked on a project for the Palestinian Museum in Ramallah on Palestinian fishermen in the south of Lebanon. Between the present complications of the banking system in Lebanon, the bureaucracy of NGOs, and numerous obstacles that face Palestinian refugees in the country, it took Rania over a year, yes, over a year, to receive her payment for the beautiful work she produced. I'm here to tell you about Muaz Khalil, originally from Shafa Amer in Haifa, who lived most of his short life in Yarmouk camp in Damascus, but had to leave to Ain al-Hilwa camp in the south of Lebanon due to the war in Syria. Muaz was a staunch activist of the rights of Palestinian refugees from Syria. He was forced to leave Lebanon in an illegal way at the beginning of the outbreak of COVID-19 to seek urgently needed medical attention in Germany. To reach Germany, he had to first go to Sri Lanka, where he was arrested and thrown in a prison cell for months before the Palestinian embassy there intervened to move him to a hospital where he spent months before being allowed to leave to Istanbul. By then, Muaz's cancer had drastically deteriorated, and following a number of operations, he passed away here away from his family and friends. I will take advantage of being here to visit Muaz's grave and bring back some of his belongings to his family in Lebanon. I'm here to tell you about Rabi' al-Taya, who originates from Khirbat Jibreen in Akka. Khirbat Jiddin in Akka, but lived most of his life in Shatila camp. Rabi' is one of the most optimistic activists who worked endlessly to improve the life of children and youth in his camp and other camps. However, life in Lebanon beat him, as it did with many others, so he took the decision of leaving to Canada to join his wife-to-be in an attempt of a more decent life. Rabi' left to Canada in a legal manner, but many others do not enjoy that luxury. Noor is one of those. Noor recently attempted what he thought would grant him a better and more decent life than what Shatila offers, and took amongst tens of other Palestinian refugees a boat, destination Italy. The boat of death had a different destiny planned for Noor. He drowned at the age of 20, along with tens of other Palestinian, Syrian, and Lebanese asylum seekers. I'm here to tell you about Ruba Ali, who originates from Tabariya and lived in Yarmouk camp before moving to Ain al-Hilwa camp in Sayda, in the south of Lebanon. Ruba is an eternal optimist who is able to create everything from nothing. She did not let years of forced separation from her parents and siblings deter her from activism. She became mother to so many Palestinian youth who are just few years younger than her, by helping them in any way possible to steer them away from delinquent behavior. 2 years ago, Ruba finally managed to join her parents in Holland and still visits Lebanon now and then to check on her children. I'm here to tell you about all the activists, young and old, who work day and night against all odds to help refugees in dire need during an unprecedented economic downfall in Lebanon. According to recent numbers, and I promised not to give numbers, this is the only number I'm going to give. According to recent numbers released by UNRWA, the poverty level amongst Palestinian refugees in Lebanon is between 70 to 90%. Yes, 70 to 90%, which means that most are unable to secure the necessities of daily life. This makes of these activists real heroes, particularly in view of the major shortcomings of the main players in the camps and gatherings. The various factions, the PLO, the PNA, the UNRWA, the Lebanese state. A mosaic of stories of triumph, defeat, happiness, and sadness, but little time to share. Therefore, let me conclude by saying that we need to re-evaluate the way we look at refugees. A new approach should be adopted because that of relief aid has surely failed refugees and trapped them in a vicious circle. From my modest personal experience and numerous talks with refugees, I can surely tell you that refugees do not want aid, they want empowerment. Refugees in Lebanon, and I'm sure in other countries in the diaspora, are fed up of being treated like charity cases. They need to be treated with dignity and respect. They need to be celebrated and respected for what they can do, for their achievements and triumphs. They long for empowerment and operational projects that helps them achieve and triumph. I'm not sure how many times or how many refugees told me in the tens of focus groups I held in the camps that they don't want bread to be handed to them, but want bakeries to bake their own bread, or don't want fish to be given to them, but want to learn how to fish. In a recent mapping of grassroots movements and young activist groups in the Palestinian camps and gatherings in Lebanon, which I recently conducted, most refugees expressed their frustration with what they label as the culture of begging or food carton that reigns within the refugee community. Why empowerment, you might ask? Well, for this reason and more. Empowerment is key to a life of dignity and respect. We can't keep asking refugees to hold on to their camps, the pathetic rhetoric of factions for years now, when their camps lack the tiniest component of survival or that of a dignified and respectful life. Empowerment is essential because we do not want to end with a generation after generation of refugees who lack the tiniest knowledge of their homeland, its history, and national figures. Empowerment is key so the dream of refugees remains to be the return to Palestine and not to immigrate to some European country in search of a dignified life. Empowerment is crucial in order to equip refugees with skills on which they can build a career and a future that could ensure them a decent and a respectful life until their imminent return to Palestine. Empowerment of refugees is urgent so they stop being a bargaining ticket in the hands of our alleged leaders and become owners of their own fate. Empowerment of refugees is essential, so we start involving the many wonderful youth in our camps and gatherings in decision-making and stop treating them as ticking bombs or accusing them of holding foreign agendas when they come up with any new initiative that might threaten the role or the prestige of the divided and helpless factions. Empowerment is essential, so we start the long road of investing in our future leaders. Empowerment is crucial because our refugees are one of the most precious components in our liberation journey. Palestine was never about the land. It was always about people. And Palestinian refugees are these people. Let the stories of Rania, Muaz, Rabi', Noor, Ruba, and so many others I did not have the chance to talk about inspire us to make that happen. I choose to end this presentation with an optimistic note to introduce you to an empowering project by the name of Shababik, which was launched 4 years ago by the Randa Abdel-Fattah Media Foundation. Shababik is a training website for the youth to continue their training with us and have the space to get their material published. I leave you with this short video. Thank you very much.
Can the colleagues run the video, please? There seems to be some technical issues with the video, so we will move to the following, to the next speaker. The next speaker is the historian from Haifa, Dr. Johnny Mansour, who is a lecturer in history and political science. He has published several studies and research papers such as the military institution in Israel, Israeli settlement, the Hijaz Railway, lexicon of Israeli and Zionist personalities and terms, the other Israel, a look from the inside, distance between two states, Arab streets of Haifa, Haifa, the word that has become a city, centenary of the Balfour Declaration, Aqila Agha al-Hassi, religiosity in curricula and teaching books in Israeli schools, among others. He has also published many referred articles in Arab and foreign magazines, as well as opinion articles in Arab and non-Arab newspapers and websites. So the floor is yours, again, for 15 minutes, if possible.
اوكي. مساء الخير. انا اخترت احكي بالعربي لانه لغتنا بدنا اياها تكون حاضره كمان.
This is not working. Okay, if anyone needs translation, the equipments are outside. You can go and grab one.
أود أولاً أن أشكر الدكتور سامي العريان ومؤسسة سيجا على استضافة هذا المؤتمر الخاص والمتميز لمناقشة كتاب رؤيتنا للتحرير. هذا ليس مفهوم ضمناً، يعني تنشر مئات من الكتب وتوضع على الرف، لكن هذا الكتاب مكانه ليس على الرف. هذا الكتاب مكانه بالتفاعل الفكري والسياسي وإنتاج المعرفة للمستقبل. يعني فيه نقلة نوعية بطريقة التفكير وطريقة التعبير ثم طريقة التدبير، كيف سنتدبر أمر ما هو ما يحتويه الكتاب. شكري أيضا للدكتور رمزي بارود والدكتور إيلان بابي لإتاحتهما الفرصة أمامي وأمام زملاء وزميلات للكتابة والنشر في هذا الكتاب. وحقيقة ليس بالأمر السهل على الباحث أو المؤرخ بهذه الصفة أن يعني يكتب عن خبرته الشخصية، عن حياته الشخصية. ونحن كفلسطينيين لا نحمل فقط قضية تاريخية، نحن نحمل قضية إنسانية. فتقريبا أكثر من 80% من عائلاتنا هي عائلات مرحلة، مهجرة، مشردة، نازحة، كل هذه المصطلحات التي يتعامل معها النص التاريخي ونصوص أخرى. وكان من الصعب علي أنا شخصياً أن أكتب حكاية عائلتي. يعني حكاية عائلتي كان كل الوقت في العائلة، نتحدث عنها في العائلة، التهجير، الترحيل، فقدان البيت، مصادرة الأراضي، شهداء من العائلة في عام 48 مفقودون
48
الفلسطينية. لكن كان من الصعب جدا أن أضع هذه الحكاية وهذه الرواية
story in a context or a text which relate and discuss a very important subject, how to study the enemy. This is something important for me to tell my story, and this is the story of all Palestinians. In my situation, we lost the house or the land, but we still at home. but we are
تعرفوا هذا الموضوع انه حاضر غائب. هذا الاختراع الصهيوني اللي بعد العالم لغايه اليوم لم يقل كلمه بخصوصه ويبت فيها. ولا زلنا نحن نتمسك ببيوتنا واراضينا وقرانا وبلداتنا. وانا شخصيا مره كل اسبوع امر امام بيت عائلتي الذي فقدناه. وهذا يعطيني عزيمه وقوه في داخلي بألا أذرف الدموع فقط أو أبكي أو أنوح، وإنما أن أفكر ماذا علي أن أفعل للمستقبل. فهذه هي رؤيتنا نحن كشعب ننظر لا ننظر فقط إلى التاريخ الذي نحمله على أكتافنا. نحن نحمل هذا التاريخ على أكتافنا، ولكننا نسير قدما إلى الأمام وصولا إلى الحرية والتحرير. ولذلك كل هذه الحكايات التي سمعتها منذ طفولتي، وأنا بحقيقة الأمر أحكيها لأولادي كمان، يعني للجيل الثالث. هلا أولادي إن شاء الله بيكون في عندهم أولاد، نحكيها للجيل الرابع. ما حدا بده ينسى الحكاية والرواية الفلسطينية، لأنه هذه فيها مواجهة. أولا فيها تحدي داخلي، ثم فيها مواجهة للعدو الذي يريد لهذه الرواية أن تغيب
story and to make it out of context, as he wants to take the land and the people of Palestine. That's why I chose this topic about the institutions or research center, Palestinian, in contrast to the Israeli institutions or centers. 15 minutes is not enough, but we will discuss, then we will talk about it later as well. I chose because I saw that these institutions, Palestinian ones, since it was established, there were research institutions in Beirut. It was bombarded by Israelis, and it was and we had also other institutions in 16s. But those institutions who were established in Gaza and West Bank, it has a special context. It has the limitation of Oslo. And this is, of course, encourage us to think and let the institutions, I will show you also, I will talk about MADAR Research Center, but I want to give you an idea about, in numbers, statistics. It's not accurate. During the last month, I tried to calculate the number of institutions, political and strategic, in Israel. There are 90 centers, maybe there are more, but this is what I came to know. And there are some 48 centers that discuss and deal with Palestinian issue. They are active. There are 32 political research centers. They are Palestinians, only 32. This is by the Interior Ministry of Palestine. But out of 32, there are 6 centers that concentrate on Israel. And there are also fake centers. They are not active. And they were registered, but they are not active. They are not real. Out of 32, we do screening, and we can get a small number, like. But also, I will talk about MADAR Research Center and why I chose it, because I worked in it since it was established in 2001, worked for 12 years together with other colleagues from from inside Palestine. And this is why, because knowing the Hebrew language, because when you write about Israel, you have to know the enemy's language, the other party, in order to build a theory or research that is confront the other party's theories. The goal is to not just to write, but to produce knowledge, theories to put on the decision makers table for the academic researchers in Gaza and the West Bank, as a part of process of understanding the daily life of Israel. Because in Israel, there are so many number of research centers, also in worldwide, working 24/7 to produce certain theories that exclude the Palestinian theory, and this is confrontation. This is part of the confrontation process. This is not about writing research or making a workshop or conference, but to make it active in a framework, political framework, and academic framework, and people framework. This is our goal from this center, MADAR Center. This is the only one who held the title of the Palestinian Research Center of Israeli Studies. They have different titles. Sometimes they study something if they have financial from any kind of organization. That's why one of the tools that MADAR has to make it, not just to make researchers or publish them, but to put this research into daily life and into active, and put it in a framework, in a way to deal with Israel. This is what we hope. This is what we aim to. But in reality, it is different, because there are so many pressure from the donors. They have agendas, and they want to force this agenda in reality by forcing the content itself. There are a gap between the content, the number of researchers by Israel and researchers by Palestinians, also the quality of research, but there is a big gap. By time it is going short and short, but there is a big number of research, and there is a big impact of that research from Israelis on the daily life. So the idea is to produce a research in a framework of our reality since Oslo until today. What's the result? In reality, there are a contribution from MADAR, but it became a problem of a translation. Most of the effort was translation. In my opinion, if we go through translation, we can give someone we don't need an institution. The number of researchers went down. It became only daily monitoring. It's not research, it's daily monitoring. The media of Israeli media is writing articles. It is published in Al-Ayyam newspaper weekly, and also we have a strategic report annual basis, or just once a year. If we look at this research, we need to see the impact on it in daily life and the decision maker, and also the interact with the people, because there is occupation and you are producing research, and you need to see how to make it into active in daily life. One of the problems that we confront in these centers is the language, and who follow what happened in 2 weeks, the discussion between the writers. They refuse to translate from Hebrew to Arabic in order not to give privilege to Israelis. Israelis, they don't care. They don't look at this as a privilege. They have a lot of people who know Arabic and they have translators. In Palestinian side, the number is very small. If you want to study the enemy, you have to know its language and you have to know its social context. The language is not just a dialogue, but it's daily life, it's the culture, economy, everything. And this is what we need as a Palestinians when we study the other, the enemy, and research it. We need to study what is happening in daily life in order to be ready and freed from stereotypes. We don't need to know about the enemy. No, we need that. We need to know how this government works, how the institutions are renewing, and how it is active. Not to have an idea about how the left were loose. This is not about election or what happened at the evening of election. This is a process. This is a comprehensive process that leads us to understand how Israel renewing its process and political institutions and go to next level of occupation and occupation intellect in the reality by taking out the people of Palestine from a daily life. This is the challenge of the framework of this research center. In other way, MADAR Research Center entered and has a dialogue, Palestinian dialogue, to produce the knowledge and improve it. Not just the scientific research, but the ideas on how to confront in the future. And the other thing is to take the benefit of these researchers to improve the confrontation tools. And it has to be under the control of academic researchers. And the third thing is to reach the widest platform of people. We have the problem is those research center, despite that they have a vital role, they are far from people. You are educating people. It's not about slogans. It's about education, about knowledge for people to encourage people to confront not emotionally but with science, with research. This is the role of this research center, or what we aim to in MADAR Center. How MADAR is estimating is impact in reality. How is it by selling books, 500, or by the attendance of the conference, or the reaction, or other sampling, or testing the people by understanding as I told you, the problem that we have to study in the future, now we have only the translation, but I don't like the translation is as a part of research center. The research center has to study and be equipped with tools and standards as Israel study us in order to get the small details and has impact on the decision makers. We hoped that this knowledge to be transferred to the parliament and ministers and governments. They are not decision makers anymore. But how can we transfer this knowledge? This is the question. We need a incubator. We don't think that a topic about the daily life of refugees in the camps as a topic, theoretical topic, that help the Palestinians to encourage him and let him go to the future. I want to conclude that the study of the enemy is not a picnic at all. Who wants to study the enemy or research him, he has to know all details of the daily life of that enemy. The problem, it's not related to language, but it has to do know the small details of their daily life and process and the decision-making process on reality. This is what we need as Palestinians. I think that the research, academic research, has a great role without looking at the donors. Our people know how to share their ideas, their opinions. In my opinion, the participation in writing, the historical writing, political and social and cultural, in depth, and knowing the enemy, we have to collect them together in order to have as a fuel for the leaders or the future leaders that lead the Palestinian people to get the freedom and independence, inshallah. I hope that you enjoy it.
شكرا يا دكتور. يعني بعد after the talk of
sorry for the عفوا على مشكلة الفيديو. وكانت تتحدث عن الإنسانية في
in the camps around or abroad, and whether they are the Palestinians inside the occupied territories. It's giving the people names and faces and being able to educate the people as well. I mean, it's not about producing knowledge. It's also about this knowledge should become a tool of resistance and a tool of liberation. And I think this is extremely important. I don't think that we have someone in Egypt after the passing away of Dr. Abdul-Wahab al-Misiri who is actually taking the same role, sadly, but I think that we should focus on that as well. We used to have at Cairo University a diploma for Israeli studies. I'm not sure if it's still going on or not. I left the country about 7 years ago. So what is said is actually extremely important. And also giving voice to this pain that was reflected in the talk of Samaa. The ability to say I was angry at my father. He put me in this situation, and then 41 years later, to feel the blessing, to feel the destiny, to feel the role that is played, and turning the victim, moving from being a victim to becoming an activist, to becoming an agent of change. I think this was for me at least very inspiring and eye-opening. Last but not least, we are having online as well Khalida Jarrar, I'm sorry, Ms. Khalida Jarrar, who is a human rights activist, and her talk is titled "Fashioning Hope Out of Despair: How to Resist and Win Inside Israeli Prisons." She was born in the city of Nablus Okay. So we stop and see the video of Samaa and then catch up with Khalida, inshallah. Thank you.
الإعلاميين أو الشباب على العمل الإعلامي في المخيمات الفلسطينية في لبنان. كما تم النقاش حول كيفية إنجاز الخبر الصحفي ومتابعته وتغطيته بأفضل شكل ممكن، وفي المراحل المقبلة هناك خطوات عملية للاستمرار في عملية تدريب الشباب في المخيمات في لبنان على القيام بالعمل الصحفي.
شاركت بالموقع لأنه أحد أدواري اللي حتكون فيه إني أكتب عن هاي الفئة من المجتمع اللي هي ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة، من خلال نقل معاناتهم وتوعية المجتمع لحقوقهم واحتياجاتهم.
إحنا معنيين إنه شبابيك يكون مرايتكم للعالم، والعالم يقدر من خلال هاي المراية يتعرف على صورة مختلفة ما إلها علاقة بالصور النمطية اللي دائما بيتناولها الإعلام عن اللاجئ الفلسطيني ومخيماته وتجمعاته.
Okay. And win inside Israeli prisons.
يتكون سرطان الثدي بسبب تغير في عمل ونمو خلايا الثدي، مما يفقد قدرة الجسم على السيطرة عليها، مما يحولها إلى خلايا سرطان. سرطان الثدي يصيب الرجال والنساء، لكن النساء أكثر عرضة للإصابة من الرجال، وتشير الدراسات أن واحد من بين كل 8 نساء معرضة للإصابة بسرطان الثدي في فترة.
Khalida Jarrar, she was born in she was director of
Palestinian Legislative Council. or the Palestinian Parliament. She now heads the PLC's Prisoners Commission, in addition to her role on the Palestinian National Committee for follow-up with the International Criminal Court. Khalida Jarrar's high profile as a Palestinian leader dedicated to exposing Israeli war crimes to international institutions has made her a target of frequent Israeli arrests and administrative detentions. She was also arrested and interrogated in 2017 at multiple prisons where many Palestinian female prisoners are being held. She was released in 2019 after spending nearly 20 months in prison. So from the academia to the social actions and civil work, to formulating a discourse and developing the narrative, we move to the prisoners and the rights in Israel. Yeah.
When I have to start.
Okay.
إنه أنا ما قدرت إنه أشارككم بشكل حي.
I couldn't share with you, be with you there because I was not allowed to travel for the global affairs and their Samaa Iran, their manager. I also thank you all and especially Mr. Ramzy Baroud, Dr. Ramzy Baroud and Ilan Pappé for this book, which is very important and which I especially thank them because they have dedicated this book to my daughter who was passed away, Samaa Jarrar. I also said that I am not here with you because I was not allowed to travel. So I hope that my speech that I was required to talk about how to resist within the prison as prisoners. This question is very important question because Palestinians under occupation are suffering on a daily basis from the occupation, including arresting and detention, which are the behavior of Israel and their occupation to Palestine. This is one of the manifestation of their works to break the will of the Palestinians and isolate them from the world and also to punish them. So this is one side of the picture, while the other side is how to resist while under this detention. I was detained several times. The total was 6 years. From the beginning of my detention, I thought how to fight within the prison. There are many phases like refusing food.
أو تحافظ الفلسطينية والفلسطينيين بشكل جمعي على الروح.
And how the Palestinians could keep the spirit up.
والأسرى لمجرد ناس معزولين.
As people who are isolated from the outside world and waiting for freedom, how to resist in that situation. So the introduction to this is education, which is crucial in this regard because it achieves several objectives. First, those women under detention, when they are freed, they need to be strong facing the life problems and to continue their education. 2015 in the Quds, Heba Quds, it's called, the appraisal of Quds. When I was when I was in prison, there was many girls, about 150 girls. They were all students before. So how could we resist through education? So we organized in coordination with the Ministry of Prisoners, how to empower those detainees to study inside the prison and get their certificates. It wasn't easy because Israel is preventing this as a type of punishment that they are inflicting to these people. We had many challenges. First of all, it was banned to do education in the prison. They banned books in several stages, so we tried to get them by different ways. Also, the checks they were done, and the confiscation of books and stationery. So when they confiscated pens, we used any other materials. Maybe we use plastic bags instead of books or instead of copybooks. Instead of blackboards, we used windows. We put paper on windows and we use them as blackboard. So the education was done. This was a part of this resistance. Regardless of challenges, we had a strong will to challenge and to be successful. 5 groups were graduated in several stages, not in one stage. About 25 captives were from girls and also from women who did not study before, they completed their education under these challenges that I talked about. Many times they tried to do isolation because they suspected me that I was doing this activity. So they confronted it by isolation. However, we succeeded to graduate this number of captives in the high school. And we also started to think to those who have long years of prison, for example, 5 or 10 years. We tried to use this long period and take advantage of it to do a challenging thing, which is to do university study. This is not written in the book because in 2019 I was detained until 2021. So in this period I was able to do or to provide university study. The challenges in this regard included many things, such as academia. There should be someone with master degrees, so I was the only one with master degree. However, we did efforts with the higher education ministry, and they accepted this education, recognized it. We tried to think also how to do education, general education, and to learn how to resist the imprisonment by several courses. So I have democracy and human rights certificate. So I made a course in this regard in international law to introduce the international laws and compare them to what is happening in the prisons and the violations of Israel. In 36 hours, we finished the course, so people became, or the girls and women became aware of the international law and the violations they were subjected to during their detaining process and during their imprisonment period, interrogation, and torture. And the international treaties that is going against these acts. And also we talked about international treaties talking about the rights of people in regard to the financial, economic, social aspects, and the negligence that the prisoners were subject to in case they have a health situation. So there is no, for example, no women who are women doctors inside the prisons, especially the prisoners were able to do several researches and to be able to detect any kind of violation. So this is a part of resistance, to have awareness. The occupation tried to make us an isolated creatures who have no hope to freedom or liberation. So there must be some kind of activities that increase our hope to liberation and resistance under the Israeli occupation, especially for women who are suffering from violence and from persecution. So how would women bear such violations and challenges? After 2019, my last detention, I could reach or provide university education, provided that we join Al-Quds Open University, Open Education. So we had 7 prisoners, women who could meet the requirements. So they joined and started a new stage of challenge, because university education is a different level and a different thing. So there was again challenges of bringing in the book and also the checkups of rooms by the guards who were searching for any evidence of education. So I'd like to say that education and culture and general education is we could succeed in providing them inside the prisons, and those 7 captives were really able to graduate and to put into practice what they learned. They started to know how to do researches. They started their own researches related to their reality. For example, the Michel Foucault idea about prison and control and prison design. There is similarity between what is in Israel and outside Israel. So we discussed this theory on the books of Michel Foucault, and we put into practice and tried to detect the overlapping between what Michel Foucault said and the design of the Israeli prisons, and turning detainees into people who are self-monitoring themselves. Another practice, some prisoners did some economic and social researches about the deprivation of women in Quds. So we succeeded after a lot of challenges and a big challenge to bring in some books who talk about the statistics in Al-Quds and the needs of people in Quds and what they suffer of from restriction of religious practice, the nationalization, the restriction. One of the researchers talked about in her research about deprivation of women to give the nationality to their children, which is against the international humanitarian law. So it's not only a part of the resistance and an academic thing only, but also it was an attempt to connect our reality and shed light to the violations of the Israeli occupation, to the international law and humanitarian law, and also a challenge for women in Palestine to resist using education and general knowledge through awareness and also through not being subjective because it's it is not allowed to do education. So this gives us the feeling that they are not, as they say, they are not nothing. They are using their time usefully and in a challenging way and in a way that involves resistance and involves an increase of knowledge, which is something crucial in our resistance as Palestinians in front of Israeli occupation. This is what I wanted to shed light on in my book, which is Our Vision for Liberation. Unfortunately, I hoped to, when I received from Dr. Ramzy to write more, but in my last detention, I lost my daughter, my dear daughter, during my detention period. So it was difficult for me to write in this subject in a different way. So they used my previous writings to instead of new writing in order to keep this voice existing, and I hope in the future that I can write more thoroughly about this subject and in more clear way. I will try to continue this through Birzeit University. I work in an institute that follows this university, which is involved in economics and human rights. I think my research will be completed in 1 to 2 years about the Palestinian detainee women and our Palestinian liberation project that I hope that I will finish, and it will be an addition to my collection of writings that shed light on the violations of Israelis since 1967 till today. I hope our women continue their resistance through education, knowledge, awareness, and resistance. I hope I will finish this research in 1 to 2 years. Thank you again, and I hoped that I were with you physically. Thank you very much for your attendance and for your listening, whether you are on Zoom or in the room. And thank you again. Thank you from Palestine. My greetings to you all. Bye bye.
This is another window of looking at the situation, which is the will of the mind, in a way, how to merge together different tracks. So the aspect of education, legal rights, psychological aspects, health issues. So this was a very interesting look into the sociology of the prison, but also in a country or in the Palestine that is in itself like a big prison as well. So it's like a double prison. We are blessed to have Khalida and Randa with us online for questions and comments. So I will open the floor for any interventions and contributions. So the floor is yours. Okay, we have here a lady who wants to. I think we need a mic. If we can have a mic here. Is it possible to have a mic? Bear with us, please, online. Yeah, we're getting a mic for the lady. We have a...
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Today I came and I didn't want to talk. I wanted to listen, especially because people are talking from Palestine. There is something that ensure our identity and coherence and our issue, whether we are outside Palestine or inside 48 or in West Bank or in Gaza or in Quds or anywhere in any part in the world. All the people who talked has a story. But what checked me deeply inside that I am who traveled in the sea with my children, and this is why I came back 8 years ago. And the image of my son who couldn't, who got magister but couldn't continue his studies, and he was forced to travel from Libya to Italy and then to Germany. The other child, also an IT, and my daughter and her husband, also teachers, traveled because of the situation in Syria. Of course, traveling in the sea, when people say that how mothers force or let their children travel in the sea, we didn't force them, we didn't let them. They wanted this, and they have a name to. I have a document as a refugee. Nobody recognized me. Nobody. I want to have a Western citizenship to enter Palestine, and this is what will happen. 8 years I didn't see my grandchildren and also my children, but this is encouraged me, to motivated me to make on Facebook stories. The grandmother Ilham story of 3 minutes to tell my grandchildren we don't want a dead generation, a third or fourth generation, but we need to implant in their brain who we are and what is our identity and how to keep it. I had 10 stories that talk about the Syrian aspect, the political, and about Palestinian identity. Thank you so much for everyone who talked today, and you gave us inspiration stories, new stories. Thank you so much.
Do we have any other comments or Questions? Okay, Dr. Sami. Can the camera show the floor?
I just want to thank every member of the panel. These were very powerful presentations. Thank you very much. And my question to each one of them really is, how do you have this vision embraced by people from the outside? In other words, what do you want others to see from each one of these presentations that they can take as a lesson and they can apply it in their own lives, whether they are at the level of intellectuals or lay people? So what do you want them to know when it comes to knowing the enemy or when empowering the refugees? How can they help in that manner? Or at the level of knowing what's going on in Israeli prisons? How can they help? How can they be part of that life other than knowing about it? And the same goes also for Randa in her presentation about the use of the words about the Palestinian children. If people know this, how else can they help? Not just through knowing what's going on, but through action as well. في حاجة للترجمة خالدة؟
Need for.
Okay, the floor is yours if you want to answer.
First of all, I would like to thank you for this conference. And as I mentioned, I hope that I can physically be with you. But this is our situation. We can believe as a Palestinian people who are living all over the world, I mean, inside Palestine and outside Palestine, that we have the same aim for the liberation of Palestine. And also, we are not have a feeling that we are alone. We believe that we have many solidarity from all the revolutionary people all over the world. And this is one of the most important points to answer your question, Dr. Sami, about what we need from the people. First of all, when we are talking about the stories, it's not only to talk stories, but it's also to let the people know what was the meaning of the occupation and what the meaning of the reflection of the occupation and what the meaning of the details life inside the Israeli prison, either for men or for women or for children who were arrested. The first point is to mention all kind of violation against the international law, international human rights law. And second is to let people know that people under occupation who are suffering from many violations like prison need the solidarity, first of all. And the solidarity for the prisoners is very important. I can tell you that it's part of our resistance and how to strengthen our resistance inside a difficult life inside the prison is to have the solidarity from the people. This is the first issue. Second issue, to let the people know also that we are people, when we were in prison, it doesn't mean that we should be isolated like what the Israeli government or the Israeli occupation want from the Palestinian people. So the second issue that we resist, education is part of the resistance. And this is what I try to mention in my speech and what I wrote. I hope that I wrote more on depth about the liberation of my vision of the liberation of Palestine, but you know that I'm facing a difficult situation while I was in prison. So what we need from people, first of all, is solidarity. Second, to spread the violation all over the world. And third, that we are people who are seeking for a liberation all over the world should work together. And each part of of people can do something. To speak about the violation, to support the Palestinian people. The prisoners' issue, it needs to be, because the main aim for the prisoners is their freedom, we know. But until this freedom will come, and we are sure that it will come, at least we have to do something, try to put an end for the daily violation from the Israeli occupation. This is what I can answer, and I hope that I can, it's clear in English. My English is not so, it's not my own language, so I hope that I can mention and answer your question. Thank you.
To say something?
I might respond as well. Can you hear me? I think it's very important that when we look at solidarity, that we always make it context specific. So from my context in Australia, in order to achieve and nurture, mass mobilization and solidarity, I need to build on my own connections with oppressed groups here and really educate ourselves and the wider community to understand that Palestine is not just an isolated issue. It's not something happening, far away in the Middle East, which nobody can understand here, the way that people assume it's too complicated, it's got nothing to do with us. This is the sort of rhetoric that we often receive. But to really work within the parameters of education here so that people understand it is plugged into a global, struggle. It is a transnational global struggle. The prison industrial complex, the fact that you have Israel training police forces in America, we have defense contracts between Australia and Israel, we have strong trade relationships with Israel. To really build solidarity, people have to understand that this is an issue that impacts on them as well if they're concerned about justice, and that it is not something that you can just assume is an Arab issue or is a religious issue that has nothing to do with them. So from my point of view, it's about trying to garner the support of people so that they understand they have a stake in this struggle, that they are part of the liberation movement, because ultimately we know from examples all around the world and history that it takes mass mobilization of ordinary people, of trade unions, of the media, of ordinary people coming together to overturn government decisions, to overturn state violence. And so for me, that's very important. Translating solidarity from words into action means building networks and connections of supporting each other, understanding what is at stake here, plugging it into global struggles, and in that way really building a movement of people who find that they can take action rather than just pay lip service to our cause.
I have a couple of questions myself.
لدي بعض الأسئلة. الأول أحببت كثيرا
Aboriginals, because it can build coalitions. We rarely in the Arab world use the notion of Aboriginals in describing the Israelis. I mean, there are differences in the history of Australia and Palestine, but I think from a tactical point of view, I think it might be a very good word or concept to use to make things clearer for the people in Australia, because they are aware of what happened to the Aboriginals. I wanted to ask you about your own endeavor of writing as a novelist and as a scholar, as a speaker, as a former lawyer as well. There has been an empowering of the imprisoned Palestinians in the Israeli prisons through different ways. So I want to ask Randa about creative writing. Is there an effort to enable women to express themselves through creative writing. You are a creative writer yourself, you're a novelist and a renowned one, acknowledged. So do you have any effort, or are you aware of any effort of encouraging women and men in Palestine, young people, to be trained to express themselves through creative writing? And I wanted to ask Khalida about psychological aspects. Though the different tracks that you mentioned empower people, enable them to be resilient, etc., but there are definitely traumas. So how do you deal with the issue of coming out from the prison and carrying all that knowledge, but also the trauma? And you cannot avoid trauma despite everything. So that aspect of trauma, addressing the issue of trauma as well. So
we know, yeah, we know art. We know that art is a form of resistance. It has the capacity to change people's hearts and minds. It has the capacity for people to take abstract concepts of injustice and occupation and actually see how this plays out in everyday life. And the last time I was in Palestine was in 2010. I was actually running writing workshops with the Tamar Institute in Ramallah. And I had the privilege of working with a group of aspiring and emerging writers who wanted to use creative writing as a form of resistance and as a form of really taking their trauma, particularly as people who had all had connections with family members in prison, and using creative writing. And in fact, one of those women ended up with her family in the US and wrote a children's book a few years ago, and really wanted to use her creative writing as a way to build knowledge about what is happening. And I think we see with the new generation, and particularly social media, that being creative, poetry, writing, that these are very strong forms of expression for young people, and that the creativity is a form of resistance, and it is very much part of the liberation, not just as speaking back to oppression, but also as a form of self-determination, exploring who we are, what we want to be, our imaginations, who will we be when we attain freedom. These are all important questions to navigate, and creativity allows you to do that.
Thank you very much. Khalida?
Look, prison or being in prison, it's very difficult. I will not say that it's easy for Palestinians, especially women, especially children, mothers who leave their children. Of course, there is psychological effects of the prison. And we are not a specialist inside the prison. And this is one of the lake that we are suffering inside the prison. Any psychological effect, there is no specialist to follow up. There is only some kind of so-called specialist, and it's an Israeli. Sometimes we feel that it's type of torture. For example, when I lose my daughter inside the prison when she was died, they try, to do some kind, and I refuse because I believe that it will not help at all. After the prisoner is released, of course, I believe that there is some kind of rehabilitation that it's needed. And we are suffering in Palestine of the lack also of this kind of a specialist. But inside the prison, and another time I'm saying that we are not specialists on psychological issue, but I believe that being together, feeling that we are one inside the prison, supporting each other, this is part of the collectivity of our life. This is part of how we try to decrease the effect of the psychological aspect toward the effects of the prison. This is what I can say about it.
Thank you very much. Let me bring the word back to the two panelists. So one of the issues that have been raised in the discussion.
Yes, شكرا.
I think that Dr. Sami also talked about how we can convert the knowledge into active in reality. Without any doubt, any conflict in the world needs knowledge, and it has to have an advanced level of understanding the enemy. When I understand them, I create an understanding on how to confront and how to continue. There are several situations where the missing of knowledge, it will be as a reaction. I don't like reaction. The confrontation, it has to be planned. The reaction or the
يميل إلى أن يبني المعرفة من خلال
knowledge by every aspect and also by reaction, which also contribute into knowledge. In my opinion, in our time, the time of the speed of spreading knowledge and creating the views and point of view, we are in against time in terms of research and novels of the Israeli story. We don't allow them to spread. We are in a race, and this race forces the Palestinians to continue and work 24/7 by knowing and learning about the enemy and understanding them, and occupying this information for decision makers and to transfer this knowledge for people, because knowledge for academics without going to people, it will be at its it. The translation of this idea is in the end making the people, the whole people know and work.
Well, I would have liked that Dr. Sami is here, so he can. You're here. Okay. It's interesting, you know. People always ask, you know, what can we do to help refugees? I think maybe what we can start by doing is stop pitying refugees. This mentality of يا حرام لاجئ معتر بلبنان ولا بسوريا ولا بغزة ولا change. We should start thinking about refugees as people with so much potential. And I know that because I work with refugees all the time. Listen, I'm not going to tell you it's a piece of cake or it's an easy job to do something to change the current statu quo in the camps, because you have, I don't know if I should say that, but you have a powerful system of main players in the camp that will not help you. They will not help you, definitely. They will not even allow you to change something, because they, this is one of the convictions, my convictions, other people might disagree with me. I am convinced that these main players they want the statu quo to stay as is, because this is their bargaining ticket, you know, the different players. So basically, if we can, within this complicated system and the complications in Lebanon and so on and so forth, what I think we can do is maybe, as people outside, you know, people in the diaspora who can do something, is possibly mobilize Palestinian capital to try to do something. To me, it's inconceivable that there is not a Palestinian university in Lebanon. There's so many students who, sell their houses and I don't know what, and because they cannot afford universities, even public universities are not affordable right now. It's impossible. So why not have this Palestinian capital build a university in Lebanon? Build a factory that can employ so many people who are dying to find a job but cannot find a job because the Lebanese law does not allow Palestinians to work in tens of professions, especially syndicated professions. We can also maybe, people like you, Dr. Sami, who is in a university, maybe you can possibly encourage other universities to give scholarships to Palestinian in Turkey and otherwhere, to give scholarships to Palestinian students, because even the scholarships that come to Lebanon, supposedly for Palestinian students, you have to be well connected, you have to be affiliated with this faction or that faction, so you get the scholarship. So basically, these are like small steps we can start now, until we can really make a difference when hopefully, the system starts to collapse, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the speakers. Thank you for Randa and Khalida for your patience with us. We would have loved to have you with us for this emotional exchange, not only intellectual one. So thank you for your patience and for being here. And I turn the mic to Dr. Sami.
Thank you very much, Dr. Heba. I want to thank Khalida and Randa. We have few mementos that were given our speakers. So your mementos will be here when you visit Turkey. Please come and visit us and we'll give it to you. Meanwhile, we're going to just give it to our panelists who are here for now. Yunus? Samaa? Johnny?
Thank you.
Welcome back. This is our final session for the whole conference. Thank you very much for your patience. And this open discussion will be moderated by the editors of the book called Our Vision for Liberation in Palestine, Drs. Ramzy Baroud and Professor Ilan Pappé. Thank you very much.
Do you want to start or should I?
You should start.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so very much for this conference and for this great honor, really, to be able to launch and discuss our book in this important and prestigious university and center. Since this is the last of the sessions, it would be amazing if the people outside can make their way into the hall, so we can, because this is really all based on your participation, your questions and your comments. One quick thing is that, of course, you can ask questions and you can make comments, but not to exceed 2 minutes. And I would have to cut you off if you don't. I hate to be the bad guy, but we need to make sure that everybody gets the chance to participate and to make sure that all the contributors to the book and all these great intellectuals are able to actually communicate their messages to you. Ilan, would you like to say something?
Yeah, again, to repeat, Ramzy, thanks for Dr. Sami Al-Aryan, the SIGA team, and the dear audience. We will start with your questions and comments, and then if there is time, Ramzy and I have a question to all the participants that we would like to hear their views on it. But I think we can start with the audience if anyone wants to ask either directly to one of the panelists or to all of them. I told you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, because being a Kashmiri, I feel a lot of things are same, what are in Kashmir and what are already happened in Palestine. And what do you think about that, the narrative of terrorism, which the world has put Palestine also as well as Kashmir? You know, how to counter that? And number one, the Zionist and Hindutva are similar. They are having tie-ups and they are doing same things. Zionists are doing there and Hindutvas are doing in Kashmir. And are they too because of Islamophobia? And whether there's a need for the Palestinians, just like we are feeling, to recognize iconic figures in the Muslim world, you know, like President Erdogan, Imran Khan, Mahathir, and give them that importance to make your narrative more prevalent in the Muslim world, and there could be an inclusion from the Arab world, a very, you know, high-profile one. And, you know, whether which I have already discussed with you, whether there's a possibility of collaboration between the two, that is Palestine and Kashmir.
Thank you very much for that. Before I pass it on to our speakers, if I may just expand this discussion a bit more. Yes, of course, the obvious similarities between the Kashmiri and the Palestinian struggle, but also it seems that the Hindu nationalism is being kind of part and parcel of a growing far-right racist movement throughout the world. They have their own books, theories, such as the replacement theory, for example, and they are kind of linking up Palestine, Islamic terror, Islamic extremism, that sort of thing. And we, for years and years, we've been kind of entangled in this situation. How do we escape it? And how do we build solidarity with such communities as our sisters and brothers in Kashmir?
Hello? Okay. So let me take that question, if I may. I think the solidarity between people, oppressed people, and those who have been the subject of racist ideologies is in sync. I mean, obviously, in this case, between Kashmir facing Hindutva and Palestinians facing Zionists, it's very much together. But also, you cannot hear. You cannot hear the translator, cannot hear? Okay, can you hear me, the translator, or yes or no?
Yeah. This one? Hello? Can you hear me now? Oh, all right. So maybe this could be the, the audience. All right, let me repeat. What I was trying to say is that there is a natural alliance between the people, oppressed people, particularly when they are facing racist ideologies. And in this case, we're talking about the Hindutva in Kashmir and the Zionist movement in Palestine. But also you could see the nature of who is on the other side. There is now, at least since or after, maybe since the current Prime Minister of India, but possibly before that, when the United States decided that it's going to use India in its struggle against China. So they made great strides in trying to bring India into the American orbit. And then we could see also that Israel has become a partner to India in many respects. So you could see these alliances being formed. I could also say that there are a lot for the Kashmiris to learn from the Palestinians, or at least from the Palestinian struggle worldwide on the international scene. There is a lot of lack of information what the Kashmir struggle is about. There is a lot of misinformation and disinformation when it comes to that. So I think there has to be linkages at the level of people, of activists on the ground. But I think if you go back and if you read my chapter, I do talk about Palestine being a symbol of international struggle, the same way Vietnam was in the 1960s and 70s, where everybody was identifying with that struggle against international imperialism. And I think Palestine could play that role eventually. And then you can link with the different struggles. I mentioned also the Black Lives Matter movement in America. I mean, it's not just a struggle against external enemies or external threats, but also within the societies themselves. You could see that in the United States, I predict within the next 2 decades, it's going to be huge turmoil inside as polarization becomes part and parcel of American society. And I think in that struggle, you could see also Palestine being a symbol. We already see the kufiyya being used by many people around the world. That tells you, it's a symbol. And I think that's what we need to do. The questioner is well-known Kashmiri resistance movement, and of course he cares about that. And we try to tell them that it is the same struggle, that we just need to unite our efforts.
And if I may add to that, in fact, one of the way forward to break this alliance is really to create this solidarity movement between all the causes.
Kashmir is not different from the Palestinian cause. Both are, a legacy of colonialism. The same as Ideal No More movement in Canada, indigenous movement, also to protest and resist and to challenge the racial, settler, colonial, white supremacy in Canada, as well as Dr. Sami mentioned, Black Lives Matter. So all these issues are connected, but we need to make this connection on the ground between activists, scholars. We need to work more in order to understand so that we can act together. This is like my intake on that question. Thank you.
Anyone else in the?
The mic is working. So
anyone else in the panel?
Samaa?
بخصوص العلاقة بين أو التقاطعية النضال.
When we talk about the struggle of the Palestinian and oppressed people in Palestine, you know that the Confederation movement with Palestine, it was the victim of Oslo, where it was distracted and people were captives, and we lost this movement, we lost the friends, the PLC organization for a long time was part of the liberation movement, international liberation movement, and the whole world was part of it, because the Palestinian cause was burned and came into war during the last decade. It has to be international struggle. Now, what happens, we can ask most of the people in Palestine, they don't know what happened in Kashmir. When the PLC was decayed and became old, the knowledge and the awareness was also shrinked among people. But when the BDS started and other activities started, the consolidation movement started to revive and advance, and we can see other movement all around the world are active again, and we are in the right direction to recapture our position concerning the Palestinian cause and our project. We are now establishing from scratch to be part or to be the head of the international liberation organization or movement that interact with oppressed people and indigenous people who revived its activities, whether in America or Australia or in other part of the world. We are in the right direction. We are recapturing our status as BLC. I don't know whether we can do it or not, but at least we have a liberation movement is being created from the scratch, from the people, and we are getting rid of the old one. There is no doubt that justice can't be partial. We remember the say Nelson Mandela, no justice without getting justice in Palestine. This is summarize that we can't say justice is partial, but we have to have a real courage to get rid of the prototype from the Western intellects, not just by institutions, the official ones, but also with the intellects themselves, who where the Palestinian cause, they don't approach it, they don't work on it. They support all justice cause in all around the world, but when it comes to Palestine, they stop. And that's require more and more activity and work. Thank you.
Could be considered controversial, but I will put it in the proper context. Yes, all justice issues are the same. But the problem is that sometimes there will be two principles who are clashing. And therefore, you're going to say, where do I stand? And that depends on how we see the world, how we see the conflict. If we are looking at, because say, for instance, if all the same, then obviously the struggle in Syria is the same, the struggle for the Uyghurs is the same, the struggle for the Kashmiri is the same, everything is the same. And how do you look at it? And it's a very complicated analysis. I'll try to summarize, and it's It's like what's happening in Syria. Because whether you like it or not, the situation in Syria, the Syrian regime, with all its atrocities, with its record, terrible record in human rights, it was at one point or another a bridge, or at least part of what is called the resistance axis. And so you have to analyze. When you have these two principles clashing, where do you stand? I could say the same with China. If China takes a position, how do you, is it the same struggle? Do you go? So that kind of thing needs to be analyzed in a way, obviously, it's not a blank statement. So you have to see, because if, and this is a big if someone says, I'm going to get rid of Bashar, and the price is the Golan Heights, we're willing to sacrifice it so that Bashar can go away. Is that acceptable? Is that left to this? Or are we talking about a higher principle, where that principle is to break that hegemonic control and influence and presence, in which case that would be a red line. So we need to know what our red lines are so that we can take the proper. I'm not saying you have got to go and support Bashar. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying, which is the greater threat? And that has to be assessed accordingly. Otherwise, you're not going to have, all these struggles the same. There has to be a central, a more grand strategic goal that people should look at so that we have clarity. I'm making this point, could be controversial, but I wanted to state it so that people understand that there are also priorities in these struggles.
Yeah, but if I may add just one point, maybe we could look at it as all these struggles, what do they aim for? It's a freedom, equality, rights, and dignity. So if the hegemonic narrative has always been divide and rule, and now has changed to define and rule, make the classification, and all of that, this is factionalism and all what is happening, for example, even now in Palestine, in Syria. So we have also to tackle this narrative of define and rule. So anyway, so the thing that makes all these struggles together is just the goal for liberation.
Oppression has several aspects. There's national class, there's women against men. We have several aspects. And there is several aspects of justice. We don't have to say we collect all kind of oppression. There are so many aspects of struggle against oppression. The term Islamophobia, it doesn't apply to our Palestinian cause. This is not a religious conflict, and that's what affected our cause. It's not Islamic Jewish conflict. It is a land was occupied, stealed, whether he is Palestinian, whether he's Muslim or Christian. Solidarity with Palestine, in my opinion, it hasn't to be religious. It has to be with the cause, justice cause, a humanitarian cause, freedom cause, dignity, and the land was occupied. Maybe they are similar in terms of oppression. The separation has and distinction has to be clear. The Kashmir cause, there is operation, of course, but they are not typically similar. They look like in terms of operation, but not in details. It's not Islamophobia. They say that we are terrorists before Islamophobia, because Israelis called us terrorists, whether he is Muslim or Christian. Whoever wants to struggle against occupation, he is supporter or terrorist. I don't matter, it doesn't matter if they say terrorist. I am a terrorist, I don't matter, it doesn't matter to me. I want to tell a story that happened to me in London. My name is Qasim Ali. It's a well-known Islamic name. The anti-terrorist SWAT came to my home. They want to have control, check. They said, we are anti-terrorist police. I looked at him and I was a terrorist, but now I'm against terrorism. I'm not afraid whether they call me terrorist or not, but it matters to me how I look to that cause. Am I affected for the American when they call me a terrorist? But I struggle for my freedom, for my nation freedom. We have to distinguish between all oppressed people has to work together, but we have to distinguish in order to have advancement to get rid of that oppression.
Before we move to the second, no, first of all, there is the first one who, in the second row, someone.
I want to ask the moderator to tell us about how you felt about the book after it was done.
Okay, but we have all the audience first. Just a second. I just want to say that, just to add my voice, because I think the question was more academic and practical as well. And I think it's worthwhile to have a conference on Kashmir and Palestine. And because I think only recently scholars noted that India is using settler colonial methodology in Kashmir with Israeli help. So although this seems to be just one aspect, it's a very important aspect, because if India is within the alliance with America, it means that even if you are weakening the American influence, you're not at all confident that China and India are going to play a better role in this discussion. So I think it's a worthwhile topic. There was someone in the second row was the first one who, but you wanted, yes, you were the first. I remember you were the first one, and then we'll move on.
شكرا ويعطيكم العافية.
Thank you so much. In reality, we ask, what's the benefit of what the organizations provided? We need to ask this question: when this help by the organizations like food assistance, provisions under this occupation attack and the and the occupation is attacking the Palestinian people, we ask this question: when the Ukrainian-Russian war broke out, the whole world participated and started to talk about this battle. We can't compare it with the Palestinian cause. They started to support Ukraine with missiles. Before we go out from this hall, we need to put steps. We can't spend a lot of money, but I can as a doctor, as a politician, as a lawyer, I have to make action. We have injured people in Gaza. We have students in Gaza and the West Bank and in the diaspora and in the camps in Jordan, in Lebanon and other countries. We need to act now to increase solidarity by we have relations, we have companies, we have friends. We have to work on this class, and especially the youth, especially those who traveled outside of their countries and put their life outline in the sea.
I have two speedy questions, if you allow to me. The first question will be to Dr. Sami. Yesterday you said about the idea that the conflict between Israeli and Palestinian is not based on religion rules or religious thoughts. And then I agree with this point, that we have a conflict between settlers and a people that were and was in that land. My question will be, what's your thought and what's your response to people or scholars or big scholars like Dr. Bassam Jarrar and Sheikh Ahmed Yassin that related this idea with the religious ayat and religious thoughts that we have a religious conflict between this side of people and this side of people. My second question will be to Dr. Hanin. ممكن أسأل في العربي مشان هل وصل التجمع على فكرة مثل ما وصل
Today, after the national Israeli law, our participation in the parliament, we don't have left wing in the parliament. Our job is to expose this occupation by, is it good to be in the Knesset, in the parliament, or to not go with the election or not to participate in the election and shed light on the Israeli government who excluded 1.5 million and not letting them to participate in the political movement, political activities. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Jalal Khashib. I am a researcher in international relations. I have 3 points, comment and questions. First, it has to do with the collaboration and solidarity with the Palestinians. The Palestinians want people, all the world to cooperate and help them. Dr. Sami talked before and I agree with him that we should have red lines. And first one is the naturalization of relations with the occupation. We noticed that this is my point of view. But part of the Palestinian people, they want to have balance in order not to raise anger among other parties. For example, in Kashmir, the Indian authorities are getting help from the Israelis, and this happens in the western desert. And the same practices of the Israelis we are witnessing in several areas in the world. When we discuss this, the Palestinians always say that our cause is divine, and they are not comparing themselves with other people or other causes. How people look at these issues, there is a group of governments or nations. They refuse to naturalize relations with Israel, and there are several and a lot of countries who naturalize their relations with Israel. The Palestinians are trying to have balance in their relations, and at that time they will lose both sides. The other question is about geopolitical changes. With the decrease of the American power in the world and the rise of the Russian, the Chinese power, and the liberation movement and the Homo Saxon power, Israelis always go through the superpowers like UK, then America, then now when the rise of China and Russia, they are with them. Are the Palestinians have the same vision for the new generations to enhance relations with those nations, to have scholarships? Some of the Palestinians study in the West and live in the West. I wish that other Palestinians are aware of the rising powers like China and Russia. The next generation should connect with those new superpowers. The third point is, this is a gap, something missing. It creates a new dimension. The cinematographic production. We talk about it not as a director, but in geopolitics, we discuss popular geopolitics. The researchers concentrates on the role of the study of these movies and series, cartoons, and all of like a sport, and how it creates what's called the imagination or the image, geopolitical image in the mind of people, and at the same time creates the awareness for people. Is there an investment in this direction from the Palestinians to challenge this rhetorical from the Israelis? Is there film like Hollywood film? It will have a great effect on the creating the mentality, geopolitical mentality.
Very, very quick comments. I feel like once you actually read the book, and the Arabic edition and the English editions of the book are available there, I think many of these questions will actually be addressed in there. For example, you have Farah Nabulsi, who has been nominated for an Oscar, won BAFTA, and won major awards for her films. about Palestine, and indeed you have a very thriving and strong Palestinian film. I don't want to call it industry, but brilliant filmmakers. I believe, what's that? Elias Salman, but also you have a new generation. For example, Sami's daughter just won 3 Emmys for a brilliant film she did on Palestine just a few days ago. So we have that indeed. Maybe the issue is that the lack of coordination, maybe, but the brilliance of the Palestinian filmmakers is been around actually ahead of many Middle Eastern countries, to be frank with you. One other comment I just want to make is that in 2014 rather, it was in Kashmir that the first victim of the Israeli war outside Palestine was actually killed in Kashmir. And in Gaza, it wasn't in any other Arab country, it was in Kashmir. And this is why the feelings we have for Kashmir is not superficial solidarity. This is something very, very real. I grew up in a refugee camp in Gaza, and in our mosque, in the big mosque later on called Al-Qassam Mosque, there was always the pictures of the victims of in Afghanistan, Chechnya, and Kashmir. It was something that was embedded in us. As children, Oslo has changed a lot of that. But to actually say that this is something that is new and falls within the category of pragmatism and all of that is really not exactly true. معلش تستحملوني. Just one last comment, I'm just dying to say it.
You want me to moderate?
معلش, this is going to be the last intervention I have. Regarding the issue of religion, this is very, very tricky subject. Because on one hand, you want to say this is not Jews versus Muslims, right? But on the other hand, how can you deny the Muslim to interpret his relationship to Palestine based on his existing value sets and ideas? I mean, how can you? Many Christians, many Jews, many humanists who perceive Palestine based on their sets of values, why shouldn't the Muslim see Palestine in the same sense? Now, that doesn't mean that should preclude everybody from participating in the struggle. Or it means that this is my struggle and nobody else belongs there. To the contrary. But a Muslim has every right to develop a relationship to Palestine based on his values, spiritualities, history, culture. They earn that right, they have that right, and I don't think we should be blocking them because we are worried of the consequences this may leave on Western society and sensibilities. That's my last comment for the entire session, and you guys can take it from here.
Okay. Anyone?
ايش اسمك؟ ايه؟ محمد. محمد مش عارفة أحكي بالعربي بالإنجليزي. أنا I totally agree with you. I think having such venues, such conferences, we really should come up with or come out, conclude some kind of like recommendations on what we really can do in regard to refugees or any other topic that was tackled during these 3 days. I just wanted to say that you're on the right track, basically, in your thinking. We personally, each one of us can do something, and I'm talking about refugees now, in Lebanon or otherwhere. You're a doctor, for instance. You work in a hospital, or I don't know where. You can encourage, for instance, your hospital to possibly train Palestinian doctors who cannot practice medicine in Lebanon to come and train in Turkey, and possibly maybe find a job in Turkey. I don't know, you know. And the idea about having jobs online, this is now starting to pick up in Lebanon. During the COVID-19 outbreak, funny enough, many of the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon and during the crisis as well, the economic crisis that we're going on, many unconventional jobs opened in face of
these refugees. Some of them, I'll give you an example, for instance. Some of them started because they don't need work permits for such things, is they started selling dollars, against the Lebanese lira. Some of them started working online because the online industry opened during the pandemic, and so many things happened. So this was an opportunity for them because they also don't need a work permit for that. So I think you're on the right track of thinking, and I think by even just mentioning that what can we do to try and help these refugees in Lebanon and otherwhere. I feel bad that I only spoke about refugees in Lebanon, but this is my experience. But for instance, refugees in Iraq, Palestinian refugees in Iraq, no one even talks about them, So basically, I think you're on the right track to start thinking what or how can we contribute, even on the personal level. Thank you.
طيب مساء الخير فكرناكم تعبان.
Good evening. We thought that you are tired. I have a note from Kashmir. Why the Palestinian cause doesn't have relation with other operationed people. Because first, the Palestinian cause for 100 years lost its connection with its own people in terms of liberation. Oslo changed the Palestinian cause from liberation and after that you destroyed yourself. You destroyed the liberation aspect. It's natural that you have the liberation view and liberation. You see yourself as a part of liberation causes all around the world. Oslo is a catastrophe. It is in concept. It's also as a turning point. It's a catastrophe. If we stop to see ourselves as a liberation movement, why we connect with other minorities or oppressed people? Because I lost the relation with myself. How about the other similar causes? And rebuilding the Palestinian cause as a liberation cause will re-establish the relation with other oppressed people. Of course, it's not coincidence that the right relation exists where the right Palestinian movement exists. Black Lives Matters. Before, know yourself and define yourself as a liberation movement. Then at that you will identify your enemy and your friends. If you don't consider yourself as liberation movement, how come the PLO does not see itself? It has to be re-established. Now it is PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization, is being re-established. The Palestinians, the Palestinians are keeping balance. We lost our reference. We are not in a stage where we say the Palestinians, because there is a whole and comprehensive entity. We can call them activists. They visit Bashar al-Assad. There is no comprehensive entity to say that we have a balance in relations. Bashar al-Assad, they displaced people, killed people, and now we are re-establishing our relations. It is not about condemning naturalization. When we destroy this, our concepts, our principles, this is the result. I thought that I answered the question of the Israeli nationality yesterday. I don't think that I don't agree with people who look at the participation in the Israeli elections. First understand me, then reject me. Our coalition got 23% out of 100%. In this 10%, I can't change the strategy and have a strike. Civil strike. Because you can't convince 1,500,000 people who doesn't have a university or independence, economical independence. We are on the margin of the Israeli community. No bank, no university. In Gaza and West Bank, they established 7 universities. We don't have companies that. We are on the margin. Israel succeeded in stopping the advancement. They are destroying the people in the Arab of 48. When I do civil disobedience, this is a great solution, but we didn't develop it. In order to summarize, the coalition say that they can represent the people from the Knesset, not to seek justice, civil justice. We are not a justice project. We are a project of establishing a system, not to seek justice. We know that. We are protecting our existence as a nation with keeping the challenge. We are successful in the Knesset. On daily basis, they want to exclude us. Why? Labid, when he called, he said, if you want to succeed, you have to exclude the coalition. Labid, there is a future party. They call the party of Tiba and Jabha. If you want relations with us, you have to exclude the coalition. They don't accept us. If we are in the parliament, that doesn't mean that we obey them. We are the difficult number. I want to say that we are successful as a coalition to stop the devastation and destruction. If we have a civil disobedience as a project, if we go out the Knesset, then we will have pragmatic and real people and other people who are seeking the balance. Then the game will be in 2 parts. You have to activate the disobedience after you make a strategic plan for the collaboration. When in order to be friends with my friend Awad, the coalition has to convert into the dominant current and the first power, which able to develop a civil disobedience.
You have two questions. And then Sami. Okay. We first want to hear Johnny because we haven't heard him. And then you, and then you are the last.
أنا سأحاول أن أكون يعني أن أوجز حتى أنجز.
I'll try to be brief. You talked about the Israeli story that we hear through the cinema and movies. This is not my specialty. However, I am about something which is learning and curricula, Israeli curricula, not only inside Israel but also in the whole Arab world. They prosecute anyone who try to put anything or any sentences inside the curricula that is against the Israeli thinking in all Arab countries before they naturalized the relations with Bahrain and UAE. So they try to make a person in the Arab world a generation which accepts Israel without any struggle. I have monitored many of the curricula, geography, history books, etc. I found that the sentences used in these books, they try to use sentences that does not affect the people who read them to have an aggressive reaction against Israel. So we haven't seen any people or any government which made adjustment to their curricula to be in the favor of Palestinians. And also there is no one who pressured Israel to change their own curricula. There is just one Israeli writer, and this writer is persecuted by the Israeli government. So before talking about cinema, we should talk about maybe more simple things, which all falls into the category of awareness. We should try even to affect or to study the books of curricula in Israel in order to have the ability for confrontation.
Concerning religion, is it a religious conflict? And as yesterday I said, it's not a religious conflict from our perspective. It's a religious conflict from other side's perspective. Unfortunately, some of the Palestinians have fallen into this trap. Oh, if it is a religious conflict from his side, then it's also a religious conflict from my side. Then they started to use some of the verses in the Quran to show this and that. But there's a huge difference. There is really a significant difference. First of all, Islam recognizes Judaism. So we have no problem fundamentally with the presence and existence of Jews within Islamic culture, Islamic societies, Islamic countries. Actually, throughout history, even Jewish encyclopedia talks about the golden age of the Jews within that context. So that's very important. In terms of what other religious scholars say, I mean, the thesis of Bassam Jarrar, I have big problems with it. I've spoken about this. I mean, it's fallen flat. He's using Hisab al-Jummal, which is not even an Islamic system. This is a Hebrew system, and he's using it to justify certain things. I followed some of his work. I've done a lot on this, which I hope to publish soon. But some of his calculations are also manipulated. So, but in terms of what others say, I think to understand Islam's perspective towards other people, it's not based on religion. When you go, as I said, they have certain obligations, certain duties. But the two verses that you need to consult when it comes to that are in Surah number 60, verses 8 and 9. لا ينهاكم الله عن الذين لم يقاتلوكم في الدين ولم يخرجوكم من دياركم أن تبروهم وتقسطوا إليهم إن الله يحب المقسطين إنما ينهاكم الله عن الذين قاتلوكم في الدين وأخرجوكم من دياركم وظاهروا على إخراجكم أن تولوهم ومن يتولهم فأولئك هم الظالمون. God does not forbid you from dealing justly with those who do not fight you because of your faith and do not kick you out of your homes. Now, the Zionists kicked you out of your homes. The Zionists are fighting you because to them it's a religious conflict. Then, in that case, if they fight you because of your faith, or if they try to kick you out of your homes or exile you, or they help them, which reference to US and other countries that are helping them, then if you accept that or befriend them, you become an oppressor yourself. These are the standards. It has nothing to do with the faith. It has to do with actions, and that's what it says. They fight you, they kick you out, they help others to do that. These are actions. It has nothing to do with faith. So to me, there is a Jewish Zionist, there is a Christian Zionist, and there is a Muslim Zionist. And I'm against Zionists. Doesn't matter which faith they belong to. Those who normalize with Israel are Muslim Zionists, whether they live in Muslim countries or other countries. So that's how I look at it. Now, in terms of the other question regarding solidarity and red lines that Jalal asked, yeah, I'm disappointed that there are some, obviously, Haneen spoke about the Oslo PA and other factions, and because of their position, it's very difficult to argue about normalization if they themselves are even having security coordination and security assistance to the occupation, let alone talking about normalization. They undermine, certainly, all other positions, whether they are within the Palestinian struggle and Palestinian context or outside. That's a huge problem, and it's been that way since '94. Most of the countries who cut their relations with Israel after the 1973 war, they just resumed them after '94, after Oslo. But when it comes to my trouble is with other factions who are anti-Oslo, but they don't see the impact of normalization hard enough. So they may think, okay, if I'm going to get recognized, I'm going to get legitimized, people will meet with me, or maybe I can reason with them. See, this is a red line. You cannot use that logic. See, this is where clarity is very important. That's where red lines are very important. If you're normalizing, I have nothing to do with you. Or if I have something to do with you, it would be with certain conditions. But not that I start dealing with you because somehow I'm going to get benefit out of that. You see, this is where I have problem. But generally speaking, the normalization should be also a red line. But not even at the level of governments, even at the level of movements. I mean, in the US, we see today that there's a lot of Muslim groups, NGOs. They want access to power. So they befriend Zionist groups, hoping that they will propel them. See, that should be a red line. And a lot of people say, I'm trying to fight Islamophobia. No, you don't fight Islamophobia by crossing a red line. I mean, you have to be very clear. I cannot ally myself with Zionist groups. I ally myself with Jewish groups who are not Zionists. That's fine. We can, fight anti-Semitism, fight Islamophobia. But to ally yourself with Zionist groups, that's a completely different game. This is where there's a problem. And we have a difficulty convincing people, what the red line is. But I think over time people will discover what the red line is, I hope.
مساء الخير.
Hello, good evening. I try to reflect some issues that was raised by Mr. Muhammad. During the 100 years ago, that the Palestinian people was able to continue confronting the occupation project. The Palestinians were the majority, now they are the minority. After 70 years of conflict of the Palestinian people, they became 10%. Inside 48, the Palestinian people were able to re-establish themselves, reconstruct themselves. For the latest statistics about the historical land of Palestine, ancient land of Palestine, we are about 12 million, 6 million point 2 are Palestinians, 6.2 are Israelis. Based on this, we have to not underestimate this. The Palestinian people are captives of the post-Second War, and they are not facing this entity alone. They are facing organized project powered and held by America and Europe. We witnessed, especially in Oslo, I am a researcher, academic, but I am pragmatic when it comes to politics. It is a part of a deal between, it is about money, and after the assassination of Rabin, Oslo has finished. There is nothing that forced Palestinians to recognize Oslo. Just the superpower control what is effective in Oslo. Since 1951, when the villages and cities of the Palestinian were destroyed by the occupation, when Moshe Dayan was a officer, his mission was to destroy the Palestinian villages and cities according to according to Golda Meir and Ben Gurion, because they are cities and ruins of people who doesn't exist anymore. These ruins and ancient places does not have any relation with European migrants. They even destroyed the Jewish holy places because they have a Arabic architecture aspect. We should understand the situation of the in Palestine. The situation after 1948 and the entity that we lived under, and the deals that we were forced to do under this pressure, this situation. In 1960s, I was a student. We say every day in the morning, chant Viva Algeria. the Palestinian people are not, they are ordinary people. They follow the political issues even on radio. We had a recognized stance, but when it comes to the political deals, I want to mention something about having balance in politics. This is not about balance at all. The Palestinian people, the leaders, I'm not here in a position to defend. They should change their political view, including the organizations, the way of dealing, discussing. The stance of the Gulf War, the Palestinians made the mistake of the decision makers. We lost a lot. As an example, we don't defend any logic or stance, but the Palestinians are captives of these conflicts, and they should not be justified in any situation in terms of any cause, because Palestinians have a certain direction and campus, especially the intra-Arab conflict, which will not benefit the Palestinian cause, that will not benefit or cause any change. Thank you.
Let's go back to the gentleman over there in the brown suit. There was a lady back there, and okay, so I don't know, maybe she's gone, and then next, and then you. And trying to think of people who did not ask questions yet, the gentleman over there. And let's see if we have, we're going to be stopping at 8. Then each participant is going to have one final minute of closing remarks. Then Ilan and I will say our 2 cents as well. And we'll end it at there, but we have one final set of questions. So.
شكرا. بداية.
First of all, I want to say that I thank Hanina Zobi, which called us to re-identify ourselves, re-establish ourselves as Palestinians in order not to be fragmented in terms of our daily life. And I agree with her in terms of the aspect of and the effects of catastrophic Oslo that we live in our daily life. The Knesset needs a special session because this topic is a contradictory topic. When it comes to the Palestinian cause, we have to talk about especially the Palestinian of 48 and their problems that the intellects face or the Palestinian people face during the 70 or 80 years of occupation, the liberation, and this is the question. Our vision, your vision for the liberation. I consider this session is the most important during the last 2 or 3 days. With all due respect, but the liberation is a we have operations, we have activities, we need to create relations in order to have continuity, in order to reach liberation. Some of the process is targeted and might be not legitimate, especially the people of who fight Israel. We have also several processes, but the struggle against the occupation, the direct struggle, is the most important thing, and it has not to be excluded, and in order not to have our efforts in vain. It's important to talk on Facebook, but also in writing or research, but also we have to fight. We have to give blood and fight as a human. This process, as a liberation, as I understood it, there is a principles, there is some kind of mixing between the concepts. What is the formula that we can get a result? We don't have to do the whole action all together. All of us have to fight. No, we don't have to do that. We have to have a formula. When I see a woman from Jerusalem fighting against the Israeli occupation, this is the most important thing for me, to protect her, not anything else.
مبدئيا أنا لم أستطيع أن أطلع على هذا الكتاب.
First of all, I couldn't read the whole book or take a version in Arabic. Away from the literature and complaints, I'd like to ask about the issuance of this book in this period, which is crucial of the relation between countries with Israel and normalization of relations. How was this writer seeing this issue while writing this book about the liberation of Palestine? And what are the consequences of writing this book in this area? I am Arab woman, but when I see any news about Gulf countries, I felt there is Cold War between Gulf countries and Israel, but now easily you can recognize that Israelis are visiting Gulf countries, and there are relations between Gulf countries and Israel, like Bahrain, Emirates, UAE, between the occupation force and maybe also Kuwait. So how are these developments are reflected for Palestinian people or cause?
Oh, okay, no problem. Go ahead, sir.
تمام. مأمون أبو جراد. أنا
I don't know. Oslo is very important and has effect on the Palestinian cause. However, Palestinian people could overcome this track and do reaction such as the second Intifada. And they proved that they can produce an action to express common political goals, the unity of the Palestinian people, and work in a unity is stem from the fact that Israel is having a unified action against Palestinians, whether inside Palestine or diaspora. So it expresses the same point of view. So if the action is common and based on common basis, the problem is only in the reaction. So how can we now, the question is how can we produce a track that where the ones inside and in the diaspora can can work in the same, can share the same purpose, such as those in Gaza and those in PLO, working together towards a common goal. I think this is the main issue and main question for us as Palestinians. However, the answer is that we should find another solution or to revive the PLO. However, I think as Palestinian people, we have, for example, now a movement in Europe, and we have an organizational space. I think we as Palestinians today we are able to produce an action, a common action, but the first step should be dialogue. We should break the isolation between each other as Palestinian components and start with something that we can do, which is dialogue between people, leaders, academic figures, leaderships, and bit by bit we can start to reach a common action against the occupation. I want to hear from you about this point and how we can do consolidated efforts. Thanks, Dr. Ramzy and all. I am Dr. Omar Shallah. I am a psychology professor. I'm honored to be here. About the liberation, it is still in the theoretical stage, so I want to bring here forward a recommendation. What we have in the book as a theory, I want them to be converted into templates and maybe tools that can be used and action that we see on the ground by the Palestinian factions on the field. So there are many people who have in Palestine there are many factions. Those factions has different views on liberation and different ideologies, but it's not wrong to have to bring these plans or this book, introduce it to the factions, to the fighting factions on the ground. We don't want to take low their role, but on the contrary, they have a big role. So, however, but we should have conditions in order to achieve the liberation. The action inside Gaza is already working in Gaza. However, there is another condition, which is the objective condition. So, for example, as we say last year, there was protests against Israel, even in USA. Though people are prepared to stand against Israel, even in the USA, which is the supporter of Israel. So Israel, we should define Israel now. We should take our final decision. Are we with or not with Israel? There is no gray area. The gray area cannot conclude the conflict. We are not against the Jews, but we are against the occupation force. Islam, which said that we should fight the non-Muslims, but it said only to fight those who are taking our rights. Even if they become Muslims, we should fight them and we should take our lands back from them. This is what Islam orders us to do. The last point I want to remind you of, after we define Israel in this area, in this region, we should work on the mind, the Palestinian mind. For example, Oslo, and we have been the victims of Oslo. Oslo is the one who are prosecuting the Palestinian activists and putting them in the prisons. Oslo was the biggest mistake in the history of the conflict between us and Israel. Thank you very much.
Our vision for liberation about, sorry, not our vision, rather, these chains will be broken. And it is about the experience of many, many Palestinian prisoners throughout Palestine and beyond. And sadly, almost every single one who was arrested by Israel was also arrested by the Palestinian Authority. So this is the sad reality that we have to contend with. I think you had a question, and I know we are exceeding the time. Can you summarize it in 30 seconds?
35.
35 and a half. Absolutely. Where's the mic? Thank you.
I'm generous. He's the bad guy.
Thank you all for organizing this conference, and also it was very enlightening to have a book on the issue. I hope, like my friends here said, that this vision will be transformed into a strategy for liberation. That's very important, and I hope, I'm half joking here, it needs a meeting in Basel, Switzerland, actually, to undo Zionism. And I hope that we will jump up to this level of actually intellectual thinking, not only intellectual thinking, but also intellectual planning and strategic planning, actually to bring about transformation in Palestine and in the region. I just wanted to attract the attention of my brothers and sisters in Palestine. You have a leverage to really influence the American public opinion. Maybe you are not attentive to it yet because you are so consumed with the local and politics you have within your community or with the Knesset or what have you. But you yourself as native Palestinian, and I was talking with Dr. Haneen about that, Haneen, okay. That's more beautiful name, actually. I told her before this session that you need to send a message to America, and you will find a lot that will resonate there, that we are not native Indians, we are native Palestinians, we are different. This actually message and the like will influence the American public, which is now changing toward Palestine and toward Arab issues and toward Islam and so on. So we need actually, because any major change in Palestine would require actually major change in the public opinion in America in particular. Like what happened in South Africa before the liberation in South Africa, the change in public opinion in America took place. Yes, Britain is important, I understand. Europe is important, but America is actually more decisive. The 30 seconds, I think, are up, and thank you so much. I wish I have more time. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent points. And now I think we have 1 minute each, right, of all of our contributors. Starting from Hamdan, yes.
شكرا.
Thank you so much. Indeed, the Palestinian struggle is to hold on hope. The 100 years that we of struggle is a clear way toward the reconstruction of the Palestinian identity in the historian land of Palestine. Ilan has said that yesterday. The issue is, the question is, on which side shall we be? The occupier or the who holds solidarity and the victim? We shouldn't lose in choosing. We are not Indians. I don't like this word. We say that Yasser Arafat once said, when he met the Indians, the Indians of the indigenous people of America, like Canada or Australia, it has different context. And this is what we have to make clear, a clear distinction. And we have to develop ourselves. Thank you so much. In reality, when Ramzy called me in order to talk about the essay in the book, because I was hesitated, I said, who am I to give my vision about the liberation? Liberation is very big, and this is an answer. Who am I? I'm trying to make a small change, but then I rethink the situation. I said no, everyone can make a change and an impact. In his position, he can make a change. He can make a difference. This kind of experiences, they should be shared. When I talked about refugees, the people who I know, I am not, this is not my opinion, my voice, this is their voices. Despite that, our justifiable cause as Palestinians, but we were not able to share our experience and voice. We talk to ourselves and we don't communicate with the other nations. Thanks for Ilan and Ramzy. Give me that who give me the chance, opportunity to share my experience. Thank you so much. I want to answer. I want to talk about the Gulf. As a journalist, maybe this is an answer. The Al Hurra channel, this is American media, speaks in Arabic, BBC. This is the British media funded by the Interior Ministry of UK. I call the Gulf media which speaks in Arabic. And this is tell us about our stance before the naturalization of the relations between the Gulf countries and Israel. Now it is in public. Thank you so much. I have 4 notes. When it comes to the imagination, the image of the thoughts that can be strategies, this is not the dynamics of the revolution. It's not a reflection or thoughts. People themselves, they learn from their own experiences, and this is not practical that it comes from up to down. The reality, it comes from the ground itself. One of our roles is to encourage the thoughts of people. The other one is to get rid of Oslo. What happens today is a try to get rid of Oslo. The destruction impact of Oslo still exists because the doer who is behind the PLO, which is a result of Oslo, what happens today in Nablus, Jenin, on daily basis, the injuries and martyrs are more than 2015. Azim Bshara said this is the third uprising in the history of Palestine. The ground is ready for the third uprising. The PLO is stopping this. The PLO is stopping this. This is not a conflict with Israel. We have PLO as a factor of destroying this struggle. The third note, the cause of the Palestine as liberation and justice. The hard question, the question is, we have to collaborate and have a solidarity with the Arab uprising, revolutions. Our stance with the Arabic revolutions, the Arabic Spring, is not in contrary with the liberation. Our test is the liberation of Arab people, the freedom of Islamic people. In order to be with Palestine, our test is to be against oppression and against the oppressed regimes and against the oppression causes in the Islamic world. We didn't succeed as Palestinians. These great questions, big questions, disposed us. The last question. The Palestinian cause is now reviving to deepening the concept of freedom and justice, and is getting in hold its strategic position.
This is a strategy that is being recovered. Israel is in a crisis, not in crisis of power, but a crisis of legitimacy. They are trying to not only to earn the support of countries, but only they try to support the dictators in order to make them their supporters. They provide them with even weapons and even with massive destruction weapons. Also, they are supporting crimes here and there. This was proved by reports and by investigations. Even those who don't solidarize with Palestine, they know that Israel is stirring crises in the world and try to make and to even manipulate the parties in Britain and in several parts of the world. People, this awareness is not there. We are not aware about the Israeli role from the east to the west. This should be the light should be shed on this. Israel is not a danger on Palestinians only, but it is manipulating the whole world. It is against democracy, whether in the West or in the East, and also interfering between West and right wings in different parties. This is not under the light these times. Thank you. I would like to say 2 points. Palestine in 48. Second point is the Palestinian conference, Popular Conference, which was banned by the Palestinian Authority. I was discussing with Dr. Hamza. He said the language you are talking is a political language. It should be incorporated in the whole of Palestine discourse, because when we talk about our distinction, this language appears on the surface. So we are living a difficult reality, which is difficult to deal with. And I personally say and ask our brothers, Palestinian brothers, wherever they are, to understand. I still notice that some people are not aware of the complications of this issue. However, there are still people, even inside Palestine, who use this distinction or specialty in order to reconcile the Palestinian cause. And okay, I'm not talking about those who are agents to Israel. There are different types of people. So what I want to say that we should be more aware, maybe now in the historical time, in the historical period of the history, Habbat al-Karama, which is called, the prize of dignity, which happened in 2021, is now an opportunity, and we know what is happening in Gaza, in Lebanon, everywhere. We know what is going on. So all activists, leaders should be more aware of the complications of the situation in order to deal with it correctly. PLO is recently, and even previously, they are not aware of the real power that Palestine has to change, to make a change. Maybe the Palestine of 2048 is a more challenge to Israel than even the nuclear bomb of Iran. Israelis say that. So Sometimes they say that sometimes some of the activists outside Palestine say that Israel has the right to kill or to arrest Palestinians because they don't abide by the laws. But the Arab in the 48 lands know how to play the game within the Israeli laws. They have a great power and they have great ability to make a change. I, as a former secretary of the party, I wrote a essay about the importance of awareness and of to change the discourse from talking about the two countries or two governments, two-state solution, in order to change it to the only liberation discourse, or talking about liberation only, because the two states is not valid anymore. We also talked about the Knesset and discussed this issue to reconsider it, but there was a debate about this, and it has been going on through years, whether we should be in the Knesset or not. And this debate should be discussed also with Palestinians outside the Green Line. My own view, there is no need for the Knesset or to be in the Knesset, especially that they define the international, that Israel became by recognized reports is described as apartheid country. So after these reports came out, how could I be a member of the Knesset? In this, however, let me tell you something, that when the election came, I put all my power with the assembly, which was dominated to the Knesset. Why should I? Why did I do this? Because I recognize that this election was important, and this election battle, if we lose this battle, it will affect the view of the Palestinian political power as a whole. So to be aware of the dimensions of any event is a good weapon. So we are in a situation now. The door is open again for the political action. About the last national conference and the book that was issued. This book wasn't the first book issued. There was many literature produced and dozens of conferences to redefine Israel, the Palestinian project. But this book is distinct because it is providing these ideas from personal view, from personal experience. The conference, those who attended the conference, it wasn't banned, but it was banned. They were banned to use the rooms. So now they decided that it's time to make a Palestinian bloc or group, popular group, and we are now as people in the 48. We were excluded from the elections of the PLC, and they don't consider us even as Palestinians sometimes. So one doctor was saying good things about us, but I asked him, okay, you recognize our work, but you don't talk about us when you talk about Palestinian powers and factions. So why don't you see us as one component of the Palestinian community? You abandoned us. So I said this to him, and he was affected by my words. Anyway, now, as we meet here, this is a great opportunity. Maybe that does not happen every day, to have all these spectrums in this area, Dr. Al-Aryan, Dr. Pappé. I didn't know many of these people and scholars. It's very good to deliver these ideas and this awareness to the youth and people. I think, as my colleague said, Awad, the spread of Palestinians in each area has its own characteristics. In Jordan, in Iraq, after the events, in more than 2 decades. However, the specialty is to bring back the Palestinians of the 48 or the Green Line Palestinians, to bring them back into the Palestinian line and within the historical context of Palestinian people. We are the Palestinians. The refugees are from us. And it is not just the Palestinian Authority, the miserable authority. It should bring back the authority to the Palestinian people. This is what I think. Our activity that we have done, including the conference, workshops, etc., it proves that we are adherent to the unity of the Palestinian people, not only in geography, but in all the world. I think the conference that was cancelled, it was a last step, or the last point in the last nail in the coffin of the Palestinian PLO, Palestinian Authority. And the Palestinian Authority will end, and we will have an overarching body that will include all of us.
That I have discussed in my presentation was to liberate the narrative, to clear it and clean it from all the colonial elements. Why? Because the narrative has normalized the dehumanization, has criminalized the resistance. They started to calling it terror. It has, called what is happening in Palestine, it's a conflict, it's dispute. So now it's time for revolution, really in narrative, in terminology, to name things by its names. So this is the project. In order to reach liberation, we need to decolonize and indigenize the narrative, bringing the Palestinian story back, the history, the demands, the claims in a bold way, and at the same time, the Palestinians are the only one who could, put these claims. This is number one. Probably also to respond to Khadija's question about the normalization and how could we respond, and also the question that has been made about the lack of efforts on the formal level of Palestinian, why we do not put more efforts with the Global South, for example. Yes, there is a lack of efforts in this front, but I think to pressure the formal level, we have to work on the informal level. We have to work on the people. We have to educate and build awareness so that it's become a politics of bottom up, in order to enact the change that we all hope for. For the question, how can we support, and that was for Samaa, I think this is so important, the gentleman who said we should do something. And I think this is something we have to think all about. And I have to use the Arabic, something proverb we always use, ليس مهما هو قوة المشاعر ولكن زمن ديمومتها. It's not important how the strength of emotions you have, but how long it would continue, how you could build and act based on these emotions. So all and each one of us at this place, particularly on campus, with the students, with the professors, with everyone in each place, could do something to educate themselves first, or their neighbors, or the Turkish. Yes, we need to do a revolution from below. And we have to send or enact what I call the politics of hope, to send these measures to support whether the refugees in Lebanon or in Gaza in opening the opportunities for them. And well, I said I'm going to be brief, but I am becoming more. So I really hope that this is going to inspire every one of you, as it did all these presentation and engagement with my colleagues. How can we move from this stage of talking to acting? Thank you.
I just want to start by again thanking the editors and thanking my colleagues, not only for writing their piece, but for being here today and engaging with the audience. I want to also thank the audience for their questions and for being here, and for some of you have been here for all 3 days, and that's very commendable. I just want to start off by saying that we shouldn't use the term Red Indians. They are neither red nor Indians. They're indigenous people. So the question about legitimacy, ما هي الشرعية, I think I don't believe that elections under Oslo, under occupation, is legitimate. So all this, we're wasting lots of time on that. الشرعية, the real legitimacy, comes from resistance and comes from الحاضنة الشعبية, from people's embrace of resistance. I think that's how we should define legitimacy. It shouldn't be defined through elections, because people are under very much economic and living conditions and pressures, and that should not be really the real expression of who is the real representative. Particularly is that the people inside the 1948, the Green Line, whatever, they're not party. Over half the Palestinians are outside, they're not party to this. So how could this be legitimacy? I mean, I think this is really a very artificial way of defining it. And the question, has we surpassed Oslo? هل تم تجاوز Oslo? And of course, Hanin answered that question. Certainly it hasn't been, because you still have this so-called Palestinian Authority that is calling the shots and controlling much of what's going on. I mean, there has to be a revolution against it. It hasn't happened, and we know why it hasn't happened, and this is not the time to talk about it. هل يمكن إنتاج مسارات? Can we have different paths? Of course. Of course. And I think it should start by jumping over this duality, Hamas, Abbas, and all and Palestinian unity. And I mean, the whole notion of Palestinian unity really is a mirage, because there will never be unity when we're talking about a completely two different paths. And I think, as I said in my piece, our goal, our focus should be on clashing with the Zionist movement everywhere, as we define it, different manifestations of that would be. And that should be, of course, through resistance in all its forms. So this almost, unending trial to unite based on geopolitical and political conditions that basically says that these are completely two separate paths, that they will never come together. And therefore, if you want to bring them together at the lowest common denominator, it would not work. And if you bring them, they will immediately be contradicting. So I do not understand really, unless there are interests that are being served by continuing this mirage, this illusion that somehow they're going to get united. They're not. We need to bypass that. The Basel, yes, was the starting of the Zionist project. And hopefully Istanbul will be the starting of the end of the Zionist project. We don't have to go and meet in Basel. We can meet here and decide. And yes, this group talked about a vision, but vision starts from ideas, from thoughts, from concepts. And then we move into strategies. And these strategies are going to become action plans. And then action plans, they will have to get resources, and resources will be both human and other resources. So it's a process. We're not gonna solve everything in this meeting, but at least it's a start. I mean, we laid out different visions, we laid out different understandings, different pieces of the puzzle, because it is a puzzle that we have to put all together. But eventually, I believe that eventually we will prevail. I believe that the Zionist project is a dead project. It may take a while for it to be dead, but I have no doubt in my mind that it cannot prevail, because it's against even the notion of history, for a group of people with this kind of mentality to come from all over the world and to occupy a piece of land, and they wanted to fragment it so that they can rule over it and be in control and hegemonize, and for that to stay, for hundreds of years, that is just simply not going to take place. I believe that the Palestinian people would lead the struggle, but also with them there will be hundreds of millions of others that will be part of the struggle. And inshallah, one day we will see Palestine free in all its land. What comes after it is up to the generation that liberates it. We don't need to say one state, two state, and this and that. We liberate it, and whoever is there, they would decide what the future would be. Thank you.
And thank you to all the wonderful contributors. You truly honored us. And I think, those who ask us about Palestinian unity, why are Palestinians not united? I would say, look at this stage. We come from many different geographies, different backgrounds. We actually disagree with one another on many issues. But the fact that we are sitting here together and trying to, hammer that common ground amongst us, I think, in my mind, this is the true unity. Gramsci, thank you. Gramsci had this concept where he spoke about the interregnum. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Interregnum. We have an Italian with us. Interregnum. And that is the interim, the transition between two different historical eras or experiences. He said that's the period where the old refuses to die and the new is yet to be born. And that's where we are right now. In order for the new to be born, we are fighting at so many different levels and everywhere. The Areen al-Usud leading a fight in Nablus, and Jenin and Al-Khalil as we speak. But our families and communities in South Lebanon, they're also fighting. Gaza has been leading the fight for the last 70 plus years. That is Palestinian resistance, and that is the process of hoping, trying, allowing that new to be born. I think it was Jean-Paul Sartre who spoke in the introduction of Frantz Fanon's book, Wretched of the Earth, where he says, resistance is a process in which a man or a woman try to reanimate himself or herself. That is resistance. Resistance is not open for conversations. When Mahmoud Abbas comes and says, al-muqawama al-abathiyya, the useless resistance, he doesn't understand that this is not about, the method of resistance is not about Hamas and Fatah, it's about that psychological collective process of us saying, we refuse to die, we will continue to resist, and we will carry on for as long as it takes. That is resistant at a psychological level. All of these people are freedom fighters. They are all resisting in so many different ways, and we have thousands upon thousands of Palestinians leading numerous fights. And you know, I haven't traveled as much as Ilan has, but I've been to about 50 countries, and everywhere I go, there is a fighting Palestinian. There is a fighting Palestinian, and that is the true spirit of our people, and that's why we're still here. That's why we're still fighting. The book is part of that. It's a platform for new ideas. I hope that some of you even start your own projects to try to imagine that future without Oslo, without this horrific colonial experience that we are still trying to deal with, a future in which Palestine is not only free, but also inspires people all around the world, working with others, our brothers in Kashmir, but also in so many other spaces, in order for us to try to imagine this new world where there's a new, truly new world, a world in which we can actually truly build together. Thank you so much.
Okay. This was a great opportunity, Sami, for Ramzy and myself, not just to read the articles that we collected, but to hear so many of the contributors in their own voice. And there's a difference between reading a piece and listening intimately to the people themselves. And I think you get additional input and knowledge about their journeys, about their vision, which is really a rare opportunity, and we should thank Sami and Siga again for giving us this. I edited many books, as you know, but I've never had the opportunity of the collective edited group to come back to me and talk. And it's amazing. It's a new model, I think, that a lot of people in the world would adopt. You have created a patent here that you should go and immediately and register it somewhere in the Turkish board of whatever it's called in Istanbul, in Ankara. I opened the conference when I said that there were three things that motivated, at least me, to be part of this project. One is to show that despite political disunity, there is intellectual unity on the Palestine cause. The second point was that their liberation can be individual as well as collective. And thirdly, that each of these journeys show that despite the trauma of the ongoing Nakba, people did not allow the trauma to define themselves and rebuild their life wherever it was necessary. But hearing the discussion in the last 3 days, I want to retreat a little bit from the dichotomies. I don't think that it's true that we are bottom-up and there are people who are top-bottom. First of all, the people at the top right now do not deserve to be at the top, and I refuse to see them as on top of me for all kinds of reasons. And I think each one of us is not below. We are above as much as they are, at least, if not more than that. And as a collective, we can influence things rather not so much bottom up or top bottom, but just directly. You know, we should change this cartography. It's not about valleys and mountains. It is really looking at the very distant horizon and be able to work on that distant horizon rather than at the very close distance. Secondly, the idea that each individual has his liberation struggle. Again, I think what came out in this conference is that you don't need 100,000 Palestinians to start again or reignite again a proper liberation struggle. You can have good 10, 15 people to reignite it and to put forward a joint vision and redefinition of the liberation project and not to think all the time who am I? Do I represent everyone? Not everyone is here, and so on. If the plan is good, if the commodity is good, it will work. If 1 million people produce a bad commodity, nobody would buy it. And I think this is something that came out here very, very clearly. And finally, it is true that most of the stories we heard are of people who did not allow the trauma to define them and rebuild their life. But what really impressed me was the willingness to do something else beyond that and to go to the third phase of the struggle. You resurrect yourself out of the trauma, you rebuild your life, but you have enough energies to say, wait a minute, I want to take a minute to discuss what has been done until now, re-energize myself, and then go for the next stages. And I think that we learned a lot in these meetings in the last three days, that we don't underestimate our enemy. And I say the enemy even if I'm a Jew, because I think Zionism is the enemy of Judaism as much as it is the enemy of the Palestinians and the Christians. And so it is an enemy. And in order to defeat this enemy, we need everyone who is willing to be part of this coalition against, maybe in Basel, as was suggested here, the coalition has to be made of everyone who is willing to fight Zionism regardless of their identity, religion, location, because it's a powerful enemy and it needs a very powerful coalition to take it down. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our panel. Thank you for our audience. Before we leave, I want to acknowledge our SIGA staff for their very hard work. Please stand up. SIGA staff, please stand up. And also Taimur and Yunus, please, and give them a big hand of applause. Thank you so much for all your hard work. And is the photographer here? I want to take one picture of everybody on the stage. If you come here, please. Do we have the photographer around? Yes, he is here. And also the SIGA staff to join us after the first picture.